5th, soon to be 6th, February 2026. So it's like 11:50, 11:38. On the 5th, soon to be the 6th. 6th. Uh-huh. Just glove on. What do you think it is, like 30? It's not that cold, right? You're not wearing pajamas under your jeans. But you are wearing a t-shirt under your 2 sweaters. So, let's see. What else? Oh, you got that one theory you're trying to do right now where it's like, what is it? The backbone of the army is the NCO Corps. The NCO Corps is designed to protect the officer corps from reality. And then you're going to say reality is God. The NCO Corps is designed to protect people from seeing the burning bush. Ooh, interesting. So you're defining reality as the burning bush. You want to make this analogy of the burning bush compared to the right wing's analogy of Black Lives Matter. It's a peaceful protest with a burning car in the background. So that's your analogy, right? It's a mostly peaceful protest, burning car in background. In your analogy, you're going to say the right wing is now going to have, hey, everything's all right, burning bush in background. What is it, a Moses reference? Your entire thesis is that the right wing and left wing are both creators of the nanny state. So the left wing creates the nanny state in that they want to, what is it, sodas? It's sodas. DEI. Is DEI nanny state? What else is nanny state for the left? Probably guns. Probably, what else is nanny state for the left? Sodas, cigarettes, COVID masks. Come on, more examples. OSHA, probably. What else? Whatever, insert left-wing analogies of nanny state. Now, this is where it gets weird. I don't think of the term nanny state as being right-wing, but it is. Drugs, clear example. They're there to protect the people from the drugs. Okay, that's a little different. Banning books, that would be, you asked ChatGPT this question. You would have probably thought of drugs on your own, but what else would you have thought of? There's a bunch of stuff the right wing wants to nanny state. The right wing wants to nanny state just as bad as the left. 31 degrees, 1:11:41, okay. 39 or 31? Shit. Huh. So you're going to get stuck with a nanny state either way. And then you were going to compare it to, ignore the burning bush. You know, you got to get rid of those, the backbone. The problem with reality is there's too many people wanting to protect people from reality. That's an interesting thesis. You're saying that the pain and the pleasure of reality is the only thing worth, and you don't want the people, you don't want to be protected from it. You got to feel it. We do not trust the people. We need them to, we must protect them, the nanny state. But this is a right-wing, left-wing thing, so it's not really I associate it more with left-wingism, but you gotta take their vocabulary and use it against them if you're gonna never let them create a word. You gotta get in close. You gotta do that old hug the bear shit. Hug the bear, baby. Get in as close as possible. Otherwise they'll start owning terms. You can't let people own terms. You gotta make sure terms are not owned by a group. The nanny state is now owned by everybody. You can accuse anybody of being the nanny state now. Okay. Hey, it's a mostly peaceful protest. Burning car. Hey, everything's, look at reality. There's a burning bush in the background. Nice, it's a, interesting. Your whole analogy is the right wing wants to hide reality from people. Aren't they the ones who are like the, wasn't the old Jedi system where it was like, we burn all the Sith books? Did they burn the Sith books? I don't. The Nazis burn books. Is that the nanny state? Is burning books a nanny state thing? Immigration. I'm going to use immigration as an example. You have a lot of unskilled American workers, and the nanny state wants to protect them because they're unskilled nobodies. They're 100 IQ, 95 IQ, 90 IQ, you know, the 95 to 105 IQ average normies. They must be protected. It's the nanny state. So there, you got a nanny state. I mean, I didn't think of that one at first, did I? Or did ChatGPT tell me the nanny state for... Because I asked ChatGPT, I was like, I know the left-wing analogies of nanny state. That's like... What is that like? It's, I didn't think of the soda one. I was thinking of... What was I thinking of? I don't even know what I was thinking of. Probably guns. Is that nanny state? It's a good question. What is your definition of the nanny state for the left? I mean, when I think about it, I just know it's a term. But normally it's a right-wing pundit term. Huh. Okay. They said ChatGPT said calories on foods. You know, the calorie thing on the white box. What else? It said New York and the big gulp, 84 ounce, 124 ounce cola, right, or something like that. Kids' nutrition in schools. Our kids go to school and they eat better than when we come home. We feed them fucking Cheetos and fucking onion rings, and they go to school and they get this like healthy food. We don't like that shit. Cigarettes, smoking in public. Look, if the stupid people want to smoke cigarettes, let them fucking spend $7 a day on fucking cigarettes. They fucking stupid. Stop letting the stupid people keep that $7. Every dollar you leave in a stupid person's hands, they're gonna do stupid shit with it. So instead of buying cigarettes, they're just gonna do something else stupid with it. Interesting. Does this tie into drug thesis? Cocaine is $3, $5 a gram down in Colombia. You want it to be $100 a gram. You don't want those fucking stupid people getting $3 to $5. You don't want them getting $10 grams of coke. You want them paying $100 a gram. So it's a form of control. It's a form of management. The cocaine price is managed by the elites. Interesting. What else? The nanny state. What did you read the news? It's that lady who got kidnapped. Is it the modern day Lindbergh baby? But it's an old lady. She's like 80. She's not the Lindbergh baby. What else? I don't think you have anything else. I think you're out of ideas now. Shit. Napa. Hey, Napa. It's not Napa. It's Hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. That was funny, right? You want to get a scouter? You should make a scouter. In the future, people will wear scout. It'll be called Google Glasses. It's a scouter. The databases. You have to pay a monthly membership for, like JSTOR, but for people information, scanning people's faces. Interesting. you really resent, like, one time you were like, you're talking to your dad, like when you were probably in your teens, and you're like, imagine if you had a camera on you at all times. And this was been when you were 18 in 2004, right? Something like that, right? And that's going to be the future. That's going to 100% be the future. And then people are going to be able to perfectly manage all the information they get compared to now. The information you have now, 10, 20 years from now, you're going to have your own little personal AI bot. You'll have your own little personal conversation with your AI bot where you'll be like, what is this like? And then it'll be like, yes, this is similar to 3 months, 2 days ago when you saw this. And it'll be a form of communication you have with your own past memory that is better than the current. The current form of memory will be completely changed by AI, probably. Because, gigs only cost, I've done this math before. How much does a gig cost? When I was a kid, a gig cost $1. I spent $120 on a 120 gig hard drive. And now a gig, and before that it was even more expensive, back when Apple had like 4 megs of RAM, and that was a lot of money, right? 4 megs. Now a gig goes for, how much does a gig go for? $200 for 8 terabytes. Let's use that number. Let's say $20 a terabyte. $20 for 1,000. So it's a lot cheaper. So there's going to be memory. Your memories will be reinforced with cameras and your own little AI bot. Okay. And you'll have your own little schizophrenic conversation with a camera. A camera AI. Hey, is there a pattern to these green lights in the, because you'll have like so much information in your own personal video feed. It'll be like, yes, there is a pattern. They have changed the lights from 2 seconds to 4 seconds. So it'll have like perfect data. More perfect. This is a very stupid analogy, the lights. And your whole analogy of Nappa and Vegeta is, Nappa is the dumb muscle and Vegeta is the smart one, and Nappa's like, let me look at the information, and then Vegeta only lets him look at it sometimes. So really, you'd have to go back and watch DBZ and actually watch the Nappa parts. I'm not going to do that. Interesting. Nappa is so much bigger than Vegeta. I mean, it's like Woody Allen and Brock Lesnar. Goldberg and I don't know who would be a better small person. The Dudley, the thin Dudley, Spike Dudley. What else you got? Pizza, DiGiorno pizzas. 3. You didn't look at the price. You just bought 2 of them, but they were BOGO. So I'm assuming they were $3, $3.50. What else? The ice cream, $2.50. So you get 2 cartons of ice cream. You bought a bunch of Coke and a Mello. 1 Mello, 3 Cokes, and then what else? What else did you get? Coke, 2 pizzas, 2 cartons of ice cream. What else did you buy? Cookies. You bought Nutter Butter cookies. You're gonna get fat, man. Holy shit. What else did you get? Is that it? Fatty, fat. Epstein. You watched more of the Epstein interview? You still only made it like halfway through that thing. I think he's innocent-ish. He's innocent enough. Zeno's paradox. You're going to make a Zeno's, because he kept talking about Zeno's paradox in calculus. Calculus is the study of the rate of change. And So it takes me so much time to get to this green light down here, and it takes me so much time to make it halfway there. And then when I make it halfway there, it takes so much time for me to make it another halfway there. And then when I get halfway, you know, theoretically, I should never make it to this green light. But I mean, in all practical purposes, reality restarts. Once I hit this green light down here, all reality disappears, and I start back at the top of the hill, because you can't actually touch this green light, because it's called, you know, Zeno's paradox, is where you travel halfway to the green light, and then you make it halfway there, and then it takes so much time to make it another halfway there. And in all practical purposes, it's going to just take so much time for me to get there, whatever speed I'm walking, the distance. But Zeno's paradox, and you had a Zeno's paradox joke where you were going to do like, it was going to be an Epstein pedophilia joke, like Epstein's penis goes towards the vagina. Yeah, so he never did anything, because it takes an infinite amount of time for his penis to ever enter the, that's not funny, that's a very dirty joke. Do you think that was his I don't know, it's a funny joke though. I did not, you could do that for assassins. You could be like, James Wilkes Booth never assassinated Abraham Lincoln. The bullet takes so long to travel out of the gun to make it halfway to the distance of Abraham Lincoln's head. It takes another amount of time to make it another halfway, etc., etc. Abraham Lincoln was never killed. You could replace that with any assassination that you want, any murder, any kill. You probably don't want to do that. That would be, you want to be careful. If you're going to use an example, use Abraham Lincoln. It was 160 years ago. You can make that reference, I think. You can't make any, don't use like Charlie Kirk or the Trump assassin, or don't use, who else has been assassinated? Really, it is all lefties shooting people now, isn't it? Damn it. When was the last time a right-wing person assassinated somebody? Ugh. That's not good. You right-wingers need to step your game up. Oh, come on, they've got to have killed somebody. You could say, do you think criminality is right-wing or left-wing? My gut reaction is a cartel boss leader is a conservative person by nature. I mean, how do you know what a conservative or a liberal is in this story? Interesting. Oh, Fox News, the gangs in Mexico worship, there's one that worships Satan. That was interesting. Okay, who is it, like that guy from California, the Crowell? Was it not who's the devil worshiper from California? He was being a parody, right? He was trying to be a parody. But the headline makes him sound like he's actually a Satan worshiper, which is, I really don't know, it just sounds bad. To become part of this gang, you must read over 10 books. You must read the Bible, and then you must read Paradise Lost, and then you must read... They're a very educated gang. They're not just... You know, when you hear that, you imagine like a pentagram on the ground, and they're like sacrificing people. They actually spend over 300 hours educating their youngins on the official doctrines of the satanic Mexican drug cartel. Is it a drug cartel? Is it just a gang, right? Or is it a drug cartel? Doesn't matter. And then you're trying to determine the difference between, what is the difference between God's reality and man's reality? So conservatives are, God's reality is drugs. Are drugs a man-made reality, or are they a God-made reality? That's where you're going to get into the problem, right? Because I mean, even cocaine is highly, what is it called? They manufacture it quite heavily, right? You can chew the leaves, probably. So that would be God-made. But the part where they take chemicals and alkaloids, and that's where it becomes man-made, maybe. Interesting. Cannabis is mostly God-made, right? They don't process cannabis very much, right? They did. They actually purposely bred it to have more THC, I think. Okay, so is it man-made or God-made? Good question. The conservatives want to protect you from God. Interesting. Nanny state. Okay. I'm an uneducated, stupid American. Will you protect me from these other people who are unskilled and stupid as me? Nanny state. Protect me from the predatorial loan sharks. That's left wing. Left wing would be predatorial loan sharks. 20% interest a month and big gulps. No big gulps. No 100-ounce Cokes. No, yeah. So it's not really about nanny state. It's about who controls the nanny state. Who's in control of the nanny state? Okay. I don't care if you're right or left. If you talk down to me, I want to cut your fucking throat. What else is there? Feel guilty. Almost. Yeah. Hey, it takes me so much time to make it halfway to this green light. I'm never actually going to reach this green light. Zeno's paradox. You know what's fucked up about that one guy, Epstein? Is he's actually not stupid. A lot of the stuff he was saying is actually kind of true. Like he was doing that whole medical shit. You actually don't know what caused the 2008 recession. You sort of create an explanation, but you never really know. Like you'll never. Also, I think a lot of people think it's like one simple explanation, and it might actually be a bunch of complicated explanations. It's like saying, why did crime go up? There's I don't know, or what does anything happen? You'll never actually know. He played that Socrates card pretty well. I actually kind of like Epstein when I listen to him. Reminds me of myself. That's not good. Do you really know what causes any of this? It's a simple answer. It was just Bannon was trying to lead him on. Bannon wanted the simple answer, right? He's in a prison cell and he's talking to those two is it JP Morgan or whatever the fuck he's talking to. And then Bannon's trying to lead him on to be like, don't you feel like, was he trying to get him to feel guilty or was he trying to get him to feel something? I don't know, he's trying to get him to, because he's in a jail cell and he's talking to the two fellas from Lehman Brothers and something else. He's wearing a brown set of clothes. He's eating Almond Joys. They have Almond Joys on sale at Publix. They did not have any. I was going to buy some if they had them. They did not have any Almond Joys. I actually wanted to buy them I've had an Almond Joy before. They're not bad, but in honor of Epstein, I shall eat a Almond Joy. Slowly. He was scared he'd get poisoned. Everybody in the prison was asking him, what stocks should I buy? Everyone thinks Epstein's the bad guy, but I'll tell you a secret. He's a product of this place. He's a product of this world. He ain't no special person. He's this world personified. He's the scapegoat of society, actually. He's the take all your sins and throw them on Epstein. It does not make you clean. But they think they'll be clean. They'll throw their sins on Epstein and they'll think they're clean, which is kind of funny. You may have gotten Epstein, but I'm pretty sure there's like 100, there's probably 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 of them just like him in the society. You ain't stopped shit. You didn't catch anything. They just changed their form. Interesting. Hey, I made it past that green light. Yes. Did you know, is it 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8? It adds up to 1. That's what calculus is. It's where you realize just because something is infinite does not mean it's if you add 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1, it adds up to 1. I'm terrible at calculus. I was not very good at it, but I do enjoy it as a philosophical concept. And that's what he said. Philosophical concept. Okay. Yeah, whatever. The Zeno's paradox was you're never really good at that shit. You never learned that. You learned that from somebody else, right? I think I heard someone else talk about that one. There's the ship one too, where you change a board on a ship. And eventually, when does the ship change? After how many boards changing on a ship does the ship change? Your atoms change. Is it every 7 years all the atoms in your body are probably gone? You probably have none of the atoms in your body that you had when you were, maybe you do, I don't know. Your teeth, what about your teeth? Fact check. Do your teeth maintain the same calories? Your adult teeth don't change, right? Your hair grows out, your skin falls off. Your bones, how do the bones die off and then they make new bones, or does it? I don't know if that's true. Someone needs to, I'm not a biology expert. I'm not an expert at that stuff. It sounds cool though, so I'm going to repeat it. So was it 12:10? 12:06. The nanny state. Hey, you don't need red lights. That's the nanny state, man. I mean, technically it is, right? Why do you have to drive on the right side of the street? It's the nanny state? To some degree, isn't it? I mean, maybe. Hey, you have to drive on the right side of the street. It's the nanny state. Oh, Epstein, you scapegoat. See, the problem is people need to realize what he did and what he does is actually the meta. It's not the exception. He is the meta. Society's trying to act like he's not the meta. He was the meta. He is the meta. Epstein is the meta. That's dark. Okay. All those comments in that thing, they were, hey, he's an idiot. He's a stupid face. He's smarter than those people. I like Epstein more than I like them commenters. You just go around commenting on other people's videos. Fuck you. Fuck you. Make your own content. I like to comment on other people's videos. Epstein's stupid. You're gonna defend Epstein? A little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much. He's a villain. He's a villain. Really? I don't think so. What else? Knights of the Old Republic / it wasn't nice. It was Dark Forces 1, 2. You made it to 3. Long retrospective of Dark Forces, the video game. 1 is about just, you only played like 3 levels of that, right? How far did you get when you were a kid playing that? The first level, the second level. You made it to the sewer level. Is that 2 or 3? Yeah, you never beat that game when you were a kid. You never actually beat it. What was the first video game you beat? That's a good question. I don't know. That might have been a long... You didn't play video games as much as you probably should have. Oh, your dad bought you that little Legends Hyrule book because you didn't beat the game and he thought you were spending too much time playing it. Oh, he must have hated you. You're a little dumb kid. You couldn't beat Link to the Past. You never did beat Link to the Past. Aw. Aw. No wonder he hated your guts so much. You were a little retard. Kind of funny. I hate my kid. He can't be Link to the Past. Really? You think that's what it was? There's a part when you have a kid and you wake up one day and you're like, oh. The thing about having a kid probably is that you wake up and you're like, oh, he's a retard just like me. And then you hate your kid because, like, secretly you're a fucking retard. So, that's probably how it worked. What else? What else is there? You got you play some ARM. They changed the augments. There's one where when you die, there's a train that comes by and does like 500 points of damage. There's one with firecrackers. There's one with... What else is there? There's one with... There's oil slick. So you do damage and then it creates an oil slick and it heals you and it poisons someone else. Or burns them or something. What else is there? Oh, and they added multipliers. So if you get multiple stacking ones, it gives you advantages. So if you have 2 stacking augments, it gives you a bonus for stacking. Okay. Oh, you had a fizz tank game. That was funny. You had that one game where you were fucking Nautilus and you had fucking 300 stack. You're supposed to do the 300 stacks on steel, and you had the fucking 300%. Is it 300%? It's 100%. That's why they changed the number. It's 100% CDR on item CDR. So that's why it seems so much weaker, because that used to be the best one. The best one used to be Apex Predator, and I think they lowered it to 100 CDR now instead of 300. That's why your Nautilus game probably sucked, because you thought it was like 300% and you couldn't get your stacks and you couldn't get your... Because you died. That was a bad game. Like, that was a really bad game. You should have taken tank engine, I think. You would have been better off with tank engine. I don't know. What other new one is there? I don't remember. Do. So you think the eyes, so there's the eyes of like, are you looking at reality? So you were going to do this joke, this other joke, it was called the trans joke, because you think the religious people are trans too. When you say trans, you mean they're looking for their 76 virgins, they're looking for their, they're not looking at reality, they're looking past reality to another reality. Right, is that your joke? Is that really a trans joke? But it's a trans joke, it's meant to be getting as close as possible. Always hijack their vocabulary. If someone uses a word, always hijack that word and use it against them. It's very important that people don't people get all fucking uppity. They think they can create these big fancy words and they can use them against you. Always take their words and use them against them. You got to teach them a lesson. The lesson is, stop trying to use fancy words on me. I'm not stupid. When you use a fancy word, I know what you're trying to do. So what is it? It's what was their analogy? It was trans. Oh, so they're looking for, they got that, hey, you want 76 virgins? You want heaven? Heaven is a it's not this world, it's another world. Hey, in this world you can't cut your cock off and have a vagina. But in the future you can cut your cock off and in the future world you can cut your cock off and have a vagina. In the future world you can have 76 virgins. In the future world you can have ice cream and pizza and a 1,000,000-acre ranch. So you're saying they're the same thing? Yeah, I'm saying they're the same thing. Very similar to the nanny state, both the right and the left. Just have their different versions of trans, I guess, or other, through. In Christianity, you are merely a soul traveling through this world. You are not actually here. You're just on your way to somewhere else. So you're trans. If you're a Christian, you're trans. Interesting. Okay. What else? See, the cynical part of me is just like everybody wants ice cream and pizza and to put their foot up and do nothing. And then the goal is to get people to be trans so that you can be like, hey, if you do what I tell you to do, you'll get ice cream in the future. It's called trans. Interesting. Ice cream in the future. There is no ice cream in the future. The future is going to suck just like it does suck now. It's going to be complete and utter dog shit. They said Palantir doesn't do what I thought it did. I'm imagining Palantir eventually being able to look at all the YouTube transcripts and look for insane people before. Because wasn't that Trump's whole thing? He's going to target insane people. He's going to target insane people because, he's the nanny state. You got to be protected from insane people. They're called white jackets. They're called insane asylums. Prisons exist to protect you from the criminal. It's the nanny state. Interesting. I mean, you are kind of crazy, so I have to be. I'm a little worried about Trump. I'm always worried. Am I too crazy? Am I gonna get put in a white jacket on this one? I might just get put in a white jacket. I don't like it. I purposely go out of my way to not be a criminal, but I might still be fucking insane. The second you make even the smallest slip up, they can't wait to fucking call you a criminal. They can't wait to be like, ah, criminal, 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 criminal. Oh man, I parked somewhere and I didn't put my coins in. Oh, criminal. Uh-huh. Okay. Mm-hmm. You're still kind of obsessed with this one idea. Why do people have investment in a society they don't own? That's the one thesis you've been running to. You've been doing this one joke in your head. Do you know someone who goes to their boss and goes and licks their asshole? There's a lot of asshole licking going on in this society. A lot of faggotry going on in this society. A lot of right and left. A lot of faggotry. A lot of asshole eating. There's these people, they're in charge, they have no fucking clue what's going on, and then some fucking faggot goes in there, licks their asshole, you know. At a certain point, you're like, how come this person's in charge? They have no clue what's going on. So you're gonna take the term faggot and apply it to mean like, what? Like, well, A, people who like to get their asshole eaten, which there's a ton of people who like to get their asshole eaten. The amount of people in this world who like to get their asshole eaten, it's most of you people. 99% of you people are probably fucking faggots. I'm gonna be fucking honest with you. Uh-huh. What else? How does this joke go? I don't remember. It's more of just a rage story, right? Did you do that joke already? It's like the people who protect people from reality, they're the Satanists. If you're protecting someone from reality, you are a Satanist, in my opinion. Because God is reality, and then anyone who hides reality from people is a Satanist, in my opinion. So what are you, like a libertarian, a deistic libertarian, a pantheistic libertarian? What does that make you? I think it's like a pantheistic libertarian. Pantheistic libertarian? Is that true? Is that how you define it? Deistic or pantheistic? One of the two. My name is Donald Trump, and I'm here to protect you, the American worker, from the fact that you are literally an interchangeable part, and like half the Mexicans can do your job, because you people ain't that smart. You're basically bodies. You're 2 arms, 2 legs. You ain't that smart. I'm Donald Trump. I'm here to. This is a sketch. This is me role playing here. The nanny state. Really? That's kind of fucked up. Whatever. I mean, do you have strong feelings about immigration? Not really. I don't really have that strong of feelings about it. But it is kind of funny that that is what it is, right? It's the nanny state. It's people who are generic, very generic people who want to think they're somebodies. Is that kind of how you're looking at it? I'm a very replaceable person, and I know I'm replaceable. Someone tell me I'm not replaceable, please. I can feel how replaceable I am. Can you tell me I'm not replaceable? So that's your nanny state. That's a nanny state, right? An emotional nanny state? Fascism is an emotional nanny state. Oh, interesting. Hey, don't go sounding like a lefty. I mean, Stalin cares about me. He's created a nanny state. To be very clear, I'm doing this from a libertarian perspective, not a. And I'm only interested in taking the term. I mean, because you can do the racism problem. You should have done this earlier, like 10 years ago. Racism, being anti-racist, just ends up being racism. I mean, that's true too. So everything ends up being whatever they say they are against is what they end up being for. So I guess that's probably true. I'm against freedom of speech, so you end up being for freedom of speech. I'm for freedom of speech, so I'm against, so I don't know how this is going to work. These analogies, they're very hard to create. I'm for guns, which means we need to take guns away from people who should not have guns. Do you think the right wing's going to take guns away? They won't do that. They're pussies, right? They are not going to take guns away, are they? That'd be hilarious if they did. Ooh. Nixon created the EPA. He created... What else did he create? He created the EPA. He took the U.S. off the gold standard. You're saying your best analogy for Trump is that he's Nixon. That's the best version of Trump is he's a Nixonian character. Otherwise, he's just trying to create his own... Is he a copycat? Do you think he's like... He sees the Clintons and the Kennedys and the Bushes and he's like, I want to be the Clintons, the Kennedys, and the Bushes. Do you think he's like jealous? Is he like a jealous character? I shall make my family the Bushes, the Kennedys, the Clintons. Yeah, I don't know. Does his power come from jealousy? Whatever. And I'll never know either. To quote Epstein, I don't know. It's like the body. The body is like, you have a heart attack, you have a stroke, you have a heart attack, and you don't really know. The heart attack is, what is a heart attack? A stroke is something in the head, is in the brain. It's when the brain doesn't get blood and you lose portions of your head, your brain. Like you can't move your right side of your body or something because your brain lost blood for 5 or 10 minutes. A heart attack is when you get a clot so big that you no longer have the ability to pump blood anymore. I don't entirely know what a heart attack is. So you don't really know what you're talking about. Well, I'm a pretty smart guy. I'm like Epstein. It's like the human body. It's, do you really know what a heart attack is? Do you really know what a heart is? Do you really know what the economy is? Do you really know what any of this is? He's pretty emulatable. He's actually quite emulatable. I kind of like his tone. It's kind of funny. Does the green light is a system, okay? The green light is a system. There's the red light. The red light is part of the green light system, and you stop at the green light, and then, so who caused the accident? The green light system is part of the traffic network, and the traffic network involves the highway system, the local municipalities, and the highway, the county roads, the city roads, the town roads. He's a good speaker. I like his speaking tone. He's smart. Never answer a question. Never answer any question anyone's ever given you. You will regret it because they'll be like, you said it was this, and then you're like, oh yeah, I guess I was wrong. If you don't ever answer a question, you can never be wrong. He's a smart man. He knows how to play the game. That's how you play the game. You never answer a question. You always slough as hard as you can. Things are systemic. There's a systemic problem in America. Satanism is a systemic problem. Really? Do you think is it a systemic problem? There's a lack of religious fervor in the United States. It's a systemic problem. People do not say yes sir and no sir in America. It is a systemic problem. There's a lack of respect in America. It's systemic. What else? People heard that word systemic and they started overusing it. There's a systemic problem in America. People who need glasses. A lot of people have messed up eyes and they have to get these glasses they wear. It's a systemic problem. People wear glasses. What percentage of people wear glasses? Like 10 or 20%? It's a systemic problem. People get hungry. It's a systemic problem. They go to these places called fast food and they get this stuff called food. There's the food system. There's the farming system and then there's the processing system. There's the immigrant labor picking the food system. There's the John Deere system. There's the, So that's kind of a thing, I guess. There's the road system. It's created by the road network people. They're the people who wear the clothes, and they have the big pavement thingies. There's a system for that, probably. So it's all systems. What about networks? That was Verizon. We've got the network. They've got the system. They've got a systemic system at Verizon. Yeah, they got a systemic system at Verizon. We've got the network. Check out our systemic system compared to someone else's systemic system. And they show a map of the systemic systems. Do they still do that? Do they still have the maps? That was back in the 2000s. I think they changed their advertising. You don't watch TV anymore, so I don't even know what Verizon advertises. Probably a guy smiling at you. In the old days, they used to show a map showing the systemic systems of Verizon versus AT&T versus Sprint, or whoever the fuck it was. Now they probably do some sort of other advertising. 5G, 6G, 7G systemic system. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't watch enough TV. You don't even know what the ads. Do you think the ads are the same? You literally don't even watch TV anymore, so I don't really know what the ads are. Probably the same. Come on down to Walmart. We have a systemic system of low prices. Come on down to Shell. We have a systemic system of gas stations all over the U.S. We have trucks that deliver gas to the gas stations. It's a systemic. What is systemic? That means just system. Systemic system. Whatever. Is that systemic? Just means system-wide, right? You're using words you don't know what they mean. It's kind of fun. Words are like music. I don't know what any of them mean, but they sound pretty. I do like a pretty word. There's the mafia, which is a systemic system. There's the police, which are a systemic system. Really? The military, a systemic system. Unions, labor, businesses, systemic systems. Yes, you're literally not saying anything. You're just singing music. There's the Uber system. There's the Lyft system, systemic system. There's the car industry system, the Tesla systemic system. Yes. The car business systemic system. The car wash systemic system. Very nice, very nice. It's like 12:30. 12:32. So their coffee, are they still open? My guess would be the coffee systemic system is not open at 12:30. But I think they're closed. But these cars, are they getting part of the coffee systemic system? You bought coffee. You bought some 8 o'clock coffee for like $6 or $8. Was it 13 divided in half, so like $6.50 for a bag? So you can make some coffee when you get back. Systemic system. The coffee system, I've got a French press systemic system. It takes the coffee grounds, I put hot water in there, and then the systemic system of the French press separates the grounds from the coffee so that I get coffee without the grounds inside of it. It's a systemic system. Okay. What else? What else? What else? What else you got? The stake system. I mean, this joke is, you're at energy now. Do you think it's the difference between virtue? You were doing this argument in your head, the difference between virtue and intelligence? A virtue is, like, So you think the people at the top are all thieves and criminals, but they, well, you never want to steal. You can steal ideas, you can't steal physical things. Like that's you'll get in trouble very fast doing that. But mentally, you can steal anything you want. Like I can steal. Hey, people eat steak. I see a steakhouse. I see 2 steakhouses. So people do eat steak. Did I steal that? I see 2 steakhouses. So that means people eat steak. Are there more than 2 steakhouses around here? How many McDonald's are there? 1, 2, 3, 3, right? People at McDonald's. Did I steal that? You're getting into the concept of ownership. I mean, physical things are 100%. I fully understand that part. But mental stuff, you can't own mental stuff. Mental stuff, once it's out of the bag, it's out of the bag, right? But that's how you actually control things, is if you can mentally control things. You know, controlling narratives and stories. Whatever. The physical things, I always respect the physical things. The whole thing's held together by emotions, and if you pass out the information, people's emotions get hurt, because this whole thing is a big house of cards of emotions. When people figure out what's actually going on, their feelings are going to be hurt. So it's a big house of cards. Mr. Car Wash. It's a car wash systemic system. You go in there, you drive your car in. You don't even know what systemic system means. It just means like system, right? Or what does it mean? It means like, it's a big fancy word. Doesn't really mean anything. The deep state systemic system. Donald Trump believes there's a systemic system problem with the deep state. Or he did. I don't know if he still does. It's a systemic system problem. There were problematic aspects of the systemic system of the deep state. Systemic system problems. Problematic systemic. Interesting. problematic is a left-wing term, I believe. When you hear a person say the word problematic, they are probably a lefty. If you hear a person say degeneracy, they're probably a righty. There's a systemic system problem creating degeneracy within the deep state. Something. Okay. The systemic system of the proletariat has created a, what is the Hegelian term? Dialectic materialism. That is, dialectical materialism has created a systemic system that is far-reaching terms in terms of degeneracy and, interesting. Reminds me of that stupid joke Bo Burnham did where he's like, I'm a rapper and I sing about the Dewey Decimal System. It's funny because it's like you're not going to hear a rapper sing about the Dewey Decimal System. So it's a systemic system about moral debauchery and dialectical material. Can you throw dialectical materialism in there? Maybe. I don't really know. I don't know what that term means either. It's dialecticalism is arguing, and that's Socrates. But then Hegel took it and he turned it into dialectics, and then you have no clue what the words you use mean. Well, yeah, most of the time. It's like a heart attack, okay? You've got the body, and the heart has a heart attack. Do you really know what the heart attack is? Is it a heart attacking you? Is it? Why don't they call it like a clotted artery or something? Why do they call it a heart attack? What's a systemic system problem within the medical community that complicates words so that they seem more complicated than they actually are? What's a stroke? It means you like drool out of your mouth because half your brain is dead, and you sit there and you drool out of your mouth, right? The brain is a systemic system. When the blood is no longer pumped to the brain cells die, creating a systemic system error, whereas parts of your body will no longer work the same way they did before. Okay. Okay. So what now? Systemic systems. You need some more lefty terms. Dialectics. Is dialectics? But couldn't the right? The right has Socrates. Does the right own Plato and Socrates? I thought they owned Socrates and Plato, so they can use that word probably. You changed boots because the other ones have mud on them. Well, I have a systemic system. I have 2 sets of boots. Well, this is the first time you've actually worn them walking, I think, or is it the second? I have a systemic system of 2 sets of boots. I like Epstein. I think Epstein is a cool guy. I don't care what anybody says. I think he was a cool guy. He had his own island. He was like a billionaire. He was a cool mother. He had his own plane. He was cool as fuck. I don't care what any of these people say. He was fucking cool as shit. And he knew how to talk. He was smooth. He was a smooth operator. He knew how to bullshit. He was a bullshit master. And if you look at this world, you can tell most of these people are getting bullshitted too. So he ain't no fucking unique person. He's the fucking meta, man. He's the meta. He ain't no fucking... You gonna give out fucking speeding tickets at the Indianapolis 500? Why are you arresting that fucker? He's innocent as fuck. Interesting. Festive pot pie, $4.99. $7 fill-up. The KFC has created a new meal system. A systemic system of filling your stomach up. It's a new system. It's a calorie intake systemic system of pot pies and okay. This thing's not on me, because this stuff is comedy gold. The systemic system shit. It amuses the fuck out of me. I don't think anyone else would find it funny, but I'm amused to all shits and giggles right now. This is shitting and giggling me to like a motherfucker. The oil change system, systemic system of oil changes. Very funny. The Blockbuster. Hey, there's no Blockbuster. There used to be this thing called a systemic system of video renting. It was a systemic system. It failed because of this thing called Netflix. Netflix put the systemic system of Blockbuster out of business, and there used to be a Blockbuster up here. They also had DVDs probably for a while, but systemic system, you know, the VHS systemic system got replaced with the DVD systemic system, and then you really do enjoy hearing your own voice, don't you? Quite a bit. Systemic system. The systemic system of your auditorial voice cords. That's cool. Here's that eye mart. They deal with the systemic system of bad eyesight. Optometrists. There you go. What else? What else did you ask ChatGPT today? What did you ask it? You asked it, give me, because I couldn't think of any off the top of my head. I don't know if the left wing accuses the right wing of being the nanny state. But I'm assuming that if the left wing does it, the right wing does it too. And if the right wing does it, the left wing does it too. They just sort of change their topics on what they do it on. Because, you know, they're the exact same thing. I mean, there's literally nothing separating them. I mean, they use different words for the same thing, probably. What do you think the right-wing version of the term systemic system is? They've got to have a word for that, like structural or cultural warfare. The cultural warfare, systemic system. The left has declared cultural war on the right-wing systemic system. Maybe. So Epstein blamed Clinton. He said it was all Freddie Mac, and he used another, I know it's Mac, something Mac. He was like, hey, there's all these people, they think they need to have a house, and these people are not worthy of having houses. That was what he blamed. That's how far I made it into the interview, I think. He was blaming it on the people who had houses who didn't, which maybe that's true. It could be true. That one movie said the stripper had 4 houses. A stripper should not have 4 houses in Miami, but that was a movie. Is that true that the stripper had 4 houses in Miami? I'm a stripper, I got 4 houses in Miami, yeah. How do you pay the taxes? Don't they have like local? That's the disadvantage of, I bet Florida's one of those no tax states, right? You know, if you own land, some places make you pay like a house tax, and some states don't have any. How do you tax the people, you know? I have 4 houses which I don't own, and I don't have to pay any taxes on them. That'd be kind of cool. Thanks. Is that Jeb Bush's fault or something? I don't know. Who does that? Is that local? Is that state? It's not federal, right? It's probably state. Or is it local? Who knows? I don't know. And if you don't pay them, they probably take your land away. Freeloaders, they think they can just own the land and do nothing. You know, they have like 1,000 acres and they don't even leave their 1,000 acres and they pay no taxes. And then they get protected by the U.S. military, but they don't do anything. They don't pay any taxes. It'd be kind of like freeloaders, right? I don't know. I was just making a hypothetical here. In Israel, there's 17% of the male population is Orthodox, and they don't work, and they have religious exemption from the military, and so they don't even have to. They get to vote. Interesting. That's interesting. 15%, 10%, 15%. I think it was 17. That's an interesting. But they're right wingers, right? They're Orthodox Jews. They're. The whole thing is bullshit. Everything in this entire fucking world is nothing but bullshit. There's the bullshit systemic system of, human nature is a systemic system of complete and utter phony bullshit. What else is there? Do. Green light systemic system. The arteries of the U.S. are the highway system. This is the what is highway? Is this? It's called, I can't remember. This is what highway is this? It's not 70. This is 70. I don't know. I always forget these highways. Well, it's a systemic highway system created by Eisenhower in the 1950s. He stole the systemic system of the Autobahn from Hitler, who created his own systemic systems. And interesting. La-di-da. This sign will tell me what this is. It 72? What's the one across the river? Is that 72 or is this 72? It's the Huntsville Road. It's the road that goes to Huntsville. 7243, 72 east, 43 north, 133 south, 43, it might be 43. 72 is the other one then. Is that the one across the river? I don't remember. Google Maps. Tom, tell me the highways. How do you get to that one from across the river if you went that way? I don't know. You can turn it like Cortland, right? Or, something like that. 72, 32, 52, 92. The number system is a system of numbers designed to put numbers in order. 43, 30. Could be east, because Huntsville is east, I think. I really don't know. Good question. Even if you look it up, you're not going to remember. The thermostat system, the Celsius system, the Fahrenheit system, the medical system, because that's the place that has the temperature and the time. They're part of the medical system. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. The hotel systemic system. There's a systemic system of people going from city to city, sleeping in different beds every night, and the hotel systemic system allows, interesting. The pharmacy systemic system, what is it called? Pharma systemic system. Pfizer. Systemic system. The cemetery systemic system. When people die, they bury people in a thing called a cemetery. It's a systemic system for getting rid of dead bodies. It's a systemic system that's been around for hundreds of thousands of years. What is the oldest still used cemetery in the world? There was some Japanese company that was like thousands. Was it thousands of years old? 1,000? And they got bought out like in the past 50, 30 years, right? The oldest known corporation. A corporation is a systemic system. Okay. Electrical grid. What else? What else? Waffle fries. You get some waffle fries. You know how they make waffle fries? They take French fries, they glue them together into the form of waffle shapes. I think they cut them that way somehow. I don't. What do you think they do with the pieces that go? Because there's got. Or do you think it? Do you think it's like a up down and then there's no waste, or do you think there's waste? What about the spheres in the middle? What about the holes in the middle? Do they turn that into like hash browns? There's a systemic system to taking a potato and using every piece of the potato. It's the systemic system of potatoes. Interesting. So capitalism and communism end up being the same thing in these systems, because in capitalism, they basically expect you to give 100%. They're not actually after an outcome. They're after you giving 100%. In communism, you're supposed to give 100% too. That's all they really. Both systems want you to give 100%. They aren't actually after an outcome, which means they're the same thing. Because capitalism in its purest form would mean you just fulfill a contract, but the actual goal of capitalism, if I'm reading this correctly, it's now populist communism, or capitalism, which means even if you're cooking fries, you got to give 100% to your cooking fries, or you can't just fulfill the contract, right? It's not a contract. It's a systemic system of full mental engagement with whatever you're doing. You can't be 80% engaged. They need 100. It's a systemic system of 100% mental engagement on any task, whether it be cooking fries or anything. They want 100% systemic brain activity on cooking fries, which is not good, because I can't. I'm bored. I'm just bored. I'm gonna get bored. I can't do that. I don't know how. I can maybe do a contract, but not a mental systemic system of. Systemic system. You really like that fucking Epstein guy, don't you? He's funny. He's a funny fellow. I like him. He's got moxie. He's got moxie. So if you're working somewhere, if you're working at McDonald's and you're mentally, let's say you're 70% there, and you're 70% there, 30% in the clouds. The boss thinks you're stealing from him because mentally you owe him 100% mental, or she 100% mental. I'm okay with selling my body. I'm pretty decent at transcending my body. I know how to transcend my body, but I do not know how to transcend my mind. I don't know how to escape putting 100% into frying fries. I would blow my brains out before mentally I would put 100% mental effort into frying fries. So you're a snob who thinks he's too good for frying fries, right? I think so. I think that's what you are. You're a snob. An elitist snob. When you talk to the common folk about a heart attack, you use common people terms like it's like a highway with an accident on it. You don't use big fancy medical terms like stents and interesting. The layman or woman. You really like this Epstein fella. He's so smart. He's so systemic outcome of the system that has systemically created him. Interesting. Hating Epstein is like hating Donald Trump. Donald Trump is as American as apple pie. Hating Epstein is like hating apple pie. He's systemically American. He's as American as apple pie. It's American, it's apple pie, American pie. It's like fucking an apple pie. It's just systemically the outcome of, interesting. Very interesting. Do people even know what American Pie, the movie, is? Is that a common known trope? That movie came out in what, like 2001, 2002, 2000? A guy fucks an apple pie. That was one of the premises of the movie. That is an old movie. It's like 20 years old. Fucking an apple pie. What's a systemic problem in American degeneracy within the American? They think the apple pies are for eating, not fucking. You should really look up what systemic. It just means system, right? It's just a big fancy way of saying systemic problem is a problem that it doesn't mean anything. It's just music. It's a musical term. It sounds really nice. Such a beautiful note. How much of communication is actually the music of the words and the tone and the turn into Kanye here and do like your words are like music thing. That's the only thing I will always love Kanye because of the song Runaway. That song will always be one of the greatest songs ever because it's about how words are nothing more than music. Beautiful notes. You had a KKK joke and an ISIS joke. ISIS paid me $1 million to make a video. They're still waiting for their video. I go around ripping off insurgents and terrorist groups. I promise them a video and then I never deliver. The KKK says they give me $1 million to hang a person. They're still waiting for their video. I just go around ripping off bad people or something. I mean, that's the premise of the joke. It wasn't a very good joke. It was, you were still working on that one, I think. Hey, where's our video? You said you were going to run somebody's head over with a tank. You said you were going to, Antifa is paying me to, I'm not going to say what they were paying me to do. And then who else is paying me to do stuff? So it's a joke about different groups paying different people to do stuff, make videos for it and stuff. That's kind of funny. You said you were going to run somebody over. You said you were going to hang somebody from a tree. You said you were going to, etc., 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 etc. How many groups can you name right now? I just Antifa. I don't even think the KKK is really that big. What was that one downtown? That was you should look up what the name of that was. That was cool. There's a faggotry, moral degeneracy, systemic problem in the United States. So many people go to their boss and eat that asshole, and it's creating a degenerate systemic system of, really. Interesting. The whole point of capitalism is you have aggression, and that aggression is channeled into doing it better than what's being done, and that channels that aggression. Otherwise, people are going to start killing each other because that aggression has to go somewhere. If here's Hampton Inn, if you wanted to open up a hotel better than Hampton Inn and work harder than Hampton Inn, I root for you. It's going to turn into a fucking, it's turning into a, what is it called? It's not feudal. It's feudalism. It's, they're going to take it's going to be narcissistic conservative males who own stuff. And they own stuff, not in the physical sense. The physical sense I fully respect. If I go on Hampton Inn's property and some guy with a baseball bat beats the shit out of me, I can stomach that. But they're going to say that if you open up a hotel across the street, that technically that you're attacking their property, but you are attacking their property, but they think it's going to trigger their narcissistic, this is my property, but really they're in a system that's supposed to be competitive. They don't want competition. The system is becoming anti-competitive in a systemic system of anti-competitiveness. It's interesting. And moral degeneracy created by analingus and, a lot of analingus going on right now. A lot of analingus. Interesting. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You could try that. That's an interesting tactic where you do the when someone does something bad, you take the hit for them, and then you look at them with a thing of guilt. Is that a trick? That's an interesting trick. You were trying to do the don't make mistakes, keep as far away from people as possible trick, because you think human relationships are by their very nature corrupted and lead to nothing but degeneracy. So the trick then would be to you take someone else's mistake, you own it, and then you look at them like, oh, no, I did it. And even though they know, and then you get them guilted into like being it's like a debt slave thing, right? It's how feudalism was created. Like a debt slave? Interesting. What is it called in India? The caste system? Interesting. interesting. What else is there? Systemic system of guardrails set up across the United States to protect the road systems from people going off the road. Okay there, Epstein. What other verbs and phrases did he use? He didn't answer the questions, and he kept using the heart analogy. And I mean, to be fair, do they really know? Do they really even know what caused the Great Depression? I don't really know. I mean, do you really understand the Great Depression? Do you really understand the 2008 housing bubble / Great Recession? Do you really understand any of this? I mean, he's 100% right about that. He's actually, sadly, very intelligent in knowing. If he just sticks to that one, I think he'd do better. I always got him as a feelings guy. He's a very feelings guy. He feels reality. Epstein felt reality. He did not think about it. Human society is not an intellectual thing. It is a feelings-based society. It's a systemic system of feelings and moods. It's a systemic system of feelings and moods. Bulls and bears. Okay. Steve Bannon interviewing him? That's kind of cool, actually. Bannon is not actually that bad. He's interesting too. There's that documentary where they burn down the hangar. That's kind of cool. The right wing sees themselves as that World War II movie where the guy has to come in and be an asshole. That's the premise of that Bannon documentary, right? You haven't seen that movie. What is it called? I don't even know. You've got an attitude problem here. You guys are flying to try and get your missions done instead of focusing on the mission to bomb Europe. Is that is that what the guy said? Something like that, right? What's that light? I thought it was heated. It looks like an oven or a toaster almost. The new lights are actually toaster coils. The Fog of War, which was about McNamara, the director of that also directed a documentary about Bannon. McNamara had fucked up teeth. That's the thing I remember. Vietnam is like numbers. There's a systemic system to the Vietnamese. They're called numbers. And if you kill a bunch of numbers, the systemic... What else is there? So 10, 20 years, 5 years, 10 years, they'll have the primitive AIs. It'll keep all your video logs from your scouter. Your scouter will keep video logs of everything you have ever seen. Every memory you have will be supplemented by video archives. Your personalized AI bot will be able to sort through your memories to better create theses and storylines and plot arcs. In the future, there will be no bosses. You will have a AI boss that keeps up with numbers and efficiency quotas and stuff, or something like that, right? Probably. It's a boss's wet dream. No longer will there be no longer will there be some dead weight boss doing nothing. It will all be done by the AI pit boss. We'll call it an AI pit boss. The pit boss, not really a boss, but is a pit boss a boss? I mean, you're getting into the concept of, I don't know, that's a good question. Do 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 do. Isn't there that right-wing meme of like, you own nothing? It's supposed to be like a Jon Stewart line, like, you own nothing, Goyim. Interesting. Does that relate to your hotel story? Does it relate to... It's an anti-competitive. Calling people Goyim is fun. I may not be a Jew, but I am Jewish, so I'm allowed to call people Goyims. That one fellow wanted to destroy you. That is true. He declared jihad on you. He declared jihad on me. He declared jihad on me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There's nothing worse than having someone declare jihad on you. Oh, what else is there? And your hand, oh man, that hurts. Ow. You got a cramp almost. This country has a systemic system of faggotry of analingus going on. Systemic system of degeneracy. Interesting. That's not a bad, use a bunch of fancy words. Try and use some more lefty terms, some more righty terms. As many lefty and righty terms as possible within one sentence. Go Team Red. Go Team Blue. Yay, team. Ow. Want to do the stomach trick? Stomach trick. Stomach trick. Phone on my stomach. No longer holding it up. Doesn't take as much effort. It's a lot easier. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dee da dee da dee da do 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 do. Do dee 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 do dee da dee do dee da dee dee do. The thing you have to admire about Epstein, though, is that he always thought big picture. He always thought upwards, not. A lot of people, when they find a failure, they go downwards. He would always look at, how do I get above this problem? He was an upward thinking person. When you have failure, always look to overcome the failure. Don't go and try and you can't fix you can't fix spoiled milk under a bridge. Build a bigger bridge over the other bridge that had the spoiled milk on it. Interesting analogy. Did you spill milk under a bridge? Build a bigger bridge over the other bridge so that people will not see the spoiled milk, the spilled milk. That's he had way too many enemies, I bet. Epstein didn't kill himself, he was murdered. He murdered himself by making so many enemies, maybe? How about that? There's a systemic problem, the systemic system of murders and people getting murdered because they created too many enemies. He was part of the systemic system of enemies and friends. Very interesting. Hey boy, here you've been talking about systemic systems. You better shut your mouth, boy. Turn that camera off. The systemic system of cameras did not work that day. The systemic system of rope and cloth and tensility. The tensility and structural something of bedding and the systemic system of the of breathing and the cardiovascular and cardio is what? What is a vascular is something? What is the breathing system called? It's called the breathing system. I don't know, the lung system. On that day, the camera and audio recording systemic system failed, and the blanket and very funny. Do 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 do. Did you talk about that one 3D video set guy? The guy who did the first time you ever actually saw Charlie Kirk was on a 3D video, Amar something. It's like 3D horror videos. They're talking heads. The ones you remember were the Jordan Peterson one, and then it was the Prager one, right? And the heads morph as they talk. His head got smaller. Kirk's his head went, I don't know what they call that meme where like your face turns into like 1/100th of the size of your normal face, but your face stays the same size, but the part that talks becomes tiny. What is that meme called? I don't know. That's a new meme. Facts don't care about your feelings. In today's American age, it's now very important that your boss's asshole needs to feel good. It's important that your boss's asshole feels good. Facts do not care about your boss's asshole. Interesting. Facts don't care about analingus, systemic systems. Okay. Systemic systems. It's kind of fun to say. Systemic systems, systemic systems, systemic systems. The systemic system of walking, the systemic system of electricity, the systemic system of cars and lights and Arby's, roast beef, Whataburger. What else? Systemic systems, systemic systems, systemic systems, systemic systems. Yeah. You think that one guy was talking about himself, or was he talking about that other person? That's a good question. Do you think he projected himself onto that other character in that one story? Interesting. Interesting. You own nothing, Goyam. You own nothing, Goyam. Systemic systems, the law enforcement systemic system, the mafia systemic system, the crime systemic system, the prison industrial system, the prison industrial complex systemic system, the educational systemic system, really, come on, try harder. Harbor freight, they get all their stuff from China on a boat. It's the systemic system of cargo freight and the systemic system of audio voice recorders that record you when you walk onto someone's territory. You are trespassing. Is that a systemic system? Maybe. I don't know if that's Palantir. There's supposed to be those cameras. You Googled when you ChatGPT'd, do cops use Palantir? Because you're fascinated. I was once at a place and this guy, he was not very smart. And I could tell he was not very smart. But he was friends with someone who maybe made meth or was involved in the meth business. But he was a loudmouth, stupid idiot. And he was talking about Facebook and how he thought they had hacked his Facebook. or something. Was he stupid or was he just paranoid? Do you think that would have been that's a long time ago though. That was 10 years ago. That's would that be Palantir? Can Palantir map drug organizations using Facebook profiles? If you're if you're smart, you want to use that. What was Tucker Carlson using? Some sort of encryption chat log system, probably. Are you using a void? What is it called? Nord? Are you using NordVPN to do your drug deals? Make sure to use the promo code DrugNord. I mean, eventually they're going to put two and two together. Statistically, families who are involved in a person in a family who's in crime, they probably have a high probability that the other people in the family are involved in crime. Is there a genetic correlation? I mean, at a certain point, they're just going to log everybody's fucking family tree. The whole it's very similar to Southern genealogy books and stuff. It's actually, you shouldn't be associating with that. He's a C plus on the scale. China social crediting. Hey, the South had that back before the Civil War. They called it a heritage book or something, right? They had social credit scores. It's not a new invention. It's been around. FICO, same thing. Not FICO. Is it FICO? What's your FICO score? Are you an A, a B, a C, a D, an E? It relates to the old Platonic. Is it Plato? Who is it? The gold, the silver, and the bronze, eh? The gold, the silver, and the bronze. Interesting. These ideas ain't new. Everyone thinks the social credit system's new. They had that shit back before the Civil War. They just called it a hereditary book or something like that. We got to make sure the families, we don't want the poor marrying the riches. We want to make sure the property ain't getting divided too much. Interesting. It's called a social credit score in China. Did you pollute? Did you speed? Negative points, buddy. What else you got? Anything else? Chicken fajito taco. Chicken fajito taco. Chicken fajita taco. It's a chicken fajita taco. Actually, I have no. I think ChatGPT is the one who told me about the Southern books of hereditary books. I didn't know that myself. They told me that, right? And then they implanted that memory into your head. You've never seen one. It's very similar to the Chinese system, though, I guess. It's been that way for millions of years. You've always known the social credit of the people you're around. What is the social credit of this fella? You can look at a person and often tell. Are they an A, a B, a C, a D, an E, an F? So as a human being, on your very nature, you grade people. S, A, B, C, D. Tom Cruise, S. He does his own stunts. But he's a Scientologist, so he's a nut job. He's never stolen anything or done anything like really bad, though, right? S, yes. I don't know, maybe. Is that how it works? Maybe. You're just thinking of, you're getting this mixed up with movie stars, right? Interesting. You're thinking of that Will Smith story where he was hanging out with a saxophone player and the guy thought he was coming on to him or something, right? Is that what you're relating it to? Now here's the thing, I actually don't know if he was coming on to him, but it's a question of, did he just make a mistake, or was he actually sexually coming on to, that was on Fox News, right? The saxophone story or something? Then there was that story of 50 Cent and Sean P. Diddy, or he was like, P. Diddy sort of came on to me, but I don't think P. Diddy was like coming. I think he was just trying to turn him into his bitch. I think P. Diddy was just trying to turn 50 Cent into his bitch. But that's how. I don't know if it was a sexual thing, but it could have been. I wasn't there. Did P. Diddy? I mean, he fucked. Fucking someone financially and fucking someone sexually. They're. I mean, you're getting fucked either way, but I don't know. Are they mixing those two up? I mean, from a certain perspective, if a person makes money off you, they're fucking you. But interesting. So it's becoming a machismo age where do not go in debt to anybody. But that's Fox News selling that, right? Don't go in debt to people. It could be it. But then I'm getting lost here because, if you're going to go into work, if you're going to go work somewhere and someone comes on to you and you're like, you start swinging, don't you just get arrested? Hey, this guy came into work first day, he started swinging on another guy. I think you get arrested for that. So you're fucked either way. You're getting fucked either way on that one. Unless that's the new system. The new system is, the new systemic system is you have to resign, I guess, is that the systemic system? Because that's what they were saying, the Trump people wanted people to resign. If you don't want to follow their policy, you have to just resign. You can't, which is sort of true. I mean, to some degree. I mean, do you have to be, if you're a mail delivery person, do you have to 100% be on, can't you just deliver mail? Can't you just do a contract of delivering mail? Do you have to 100% mentally support whoever you're, that's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that. I just deliver mail. I don't really understand politics. I thought I'd just put shit in a box. I'm a car mechanic. I really don't have any spirit in this. I just fix cars. You have to root for one of the teams now. These days, you have to root for a team. You have to, you have to follow someone's cult of personality, to quote the wrestler. Who was that wrestler who had that song, Cult of Personality? His name is the Pipe Bomb guy. What's his name? You said Pipe Bomb. It's a wrestler. The wrestler who did Pipe Bomb. What is his name? I don't watch wrestling, and I never watched him, but I know who he is. He has tattoos? What is his name? He got his ass kicked in MMA, right? What is your name, buddy? Pipe Bomb Wrestler. What's your name, buddy? What's your name, buddy? What's your name, buddy? What's your name, Pipe Bomb Wrestler? You're just going to keep saying Pipe Bomb Wrestler. YouTube algorithm, Pipe Bomb Wrestler. Pipe Bomb Wrestler. What is your name? Do you have black hair? Did you have a mustache? Were you in ECW? Were you in Ring of Honor? What were you in? Cult of personality. I think I'm gonna go full 4 hours. I gotta get this shit out of me, man. You didn't bring your water either. You're gonna get thirsty. But you don't have to carry that fucking water bottle, which is good. And it's so cold, you're not actually sweating that much, so I think you're okay. Let's see. I wonder if I could teach, because you're thinking like, I want to rate. You remember that there's some nights you think you're on fire. You think you're on fire, but you're probably not. Can you figure out a way to rate your own stuff? I really like the systemic thing. It just amuses me so mentally. It just amuses the fucking shit out of me. Then the second half of this is going to be dog shit. You know that, right? What was that other night you had where you thought you were on fire? That was kind of cool. He's on fire. What was that about? I don't remember. Out, out, brief candle. Life is but a told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who was the pipe bomb guy? He was very tiny. He was no Hulk Hogan. He was no Triple H. He was no, he did not have the physique of a S-tier wrestler. I mean, that's kind of the problem with wrestling, isn't it? Like, people just want to see Hulk Hogan. They don't want to see an average-looking person wrestle. They want to see. So it's like the writer. So like the movie stars are like the wrestlers, and then the writers can be as ugly as possible. Your writers can be so fucking ugly and stupid-looking, as long as they can write good stuff. So the wrestlers are just like mindless puppets that should be given their cues by. I don't know. I think there's more to it than that. I think they actually have to make their own shit somewhat. They have to own their own shit a little bit. It's very. It's all branding. E-bikes. I want an e-bike. They're supposed to be good because you don't. Right now, I think you don't have to pay insurance on them, and you can sort of drive them on the road, and you don't have to have insurance, and you don't have to have a license plate, and you can get, you could probably drive for like 10, 15, 20 miles. You get groceries with it, and you don't have to pay for insurance, or the gas is probably like 10, 20 bucks a month for electricity. It's not bad. That'd be pretty cool. They have made it in New Jersey where you have to have a license plate now. When the states find out that people are not going to have cars anymore because they don't have to pay insurance / all those fees and shit, the states and the local governments are going to piss and moan, and they're going to force people to get you don't even have to have a license sometime, right? They're going to piss and moan. They want their money. They got to pay for these roads. The systemic system of roads is paid for by gas. So they're going to have to create a new systemic system for e-bikes. Okay. You're very funny. I mean, imagine if you had listened to the whole Epstein interview. You might have better material, You don't want to listen to the whole thing at once because, it's there's so many golden nuggets in there. Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers. I'm in prison and I'm calling them up. They're like, what's going on? It's like a heart attack. It's like the human body had a heart attack. Liquidity is like the blood. Okay. The cool thing about Epstein is it makes me realize, I mean, do you really understand anything? The human brain works in the form of analogies and stories that are like halfway connected. How does a car work? It takes this stuff called gas. What is gas? Gas comes from this black stuff in the ground called oil. They put it in a thingy and they separate it. It's a big silo looking thing. How do they do that? I have no fucking clue. What is gas? What color? It's colored like, it kind of looks like a Rockstar energy drink, doesn't it? It's like, is it golden? Is gas golden? I think gas is golden. So how do they take black stuff and turn it into golden stuff? I don't know. That's a good question. It's like the heart. It's like the human body, the heart. When you take blood out of the human body, when you give blood, they separate the platelets out, and so you're going to compare giving blood to taking oil out of the ground and turning it into golden gas? Why not? I don't really understand either of them, so. Epstein is secretly a genius. I stand behind it. He understands just how limited human knowledge is. So it's going to take me so much time to get to this green light right here. Okay. Yeah. How about that one? That's pretty funny. That's oh, it's kind of how it works, I guess. Systemic system of buggery and interesting. You want to do that one? You need your notepad. You want to do that one? It's actually not bad. It's I've gotten my ass kicked twice. Not physically. I've been trashed completely mentally. Trashed twice. First time by a person 6 foot, at least moderately intelligent. Second time I got trashed by a 4'2", 80 IQ cretin human being. And both of them said the same thing. I was an attention whore. Not an attention whore, but and I said, at first I was angry, and then I realized, if I did what they did, why would I not just start murdering people? If you're going to treat people like objects, why not just start murdering people, so I can't do their job. I'm incapable of doing either of those two people's jobs. And so I've decided, because if you're going to treat people like objects, why not just go murder them? If you're going to do the whole complete and utter dehumanization thing, you might as well go all the way. Just kill people, So, I don't know how they don't, if they're going to if they're in for a penny, they're in for a pound, aren't they? You'd imagine they'd just start killing people because they've already went down the road of dehumanization of humans. So you'd think they'd just start killing people. I'm scared that if I emulated them, I would start killing people. So I have to, keep my certain worldviews. Otherwise, I know my own character well enough to know that once I start dehumanizing people, I'm going to start killing them pretty soon. So you got to be careful with that stuff. Did you already? You're being hypocritical. Were you dehumanizing people before that? You've been dehumanizing people your entire life. Fuck you, buddy. You lying piece of shit. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I wish I had a little cup of water, like just one cup of water. You'll make it though, right? It's not life or death, it's just inconvenience. It does make your arm is not even hurting. That's good. Oh, there you got a little bit of pain. Speaking of the devil. In pantheism, if a person tries to hide reality from you, they are a Satanist. So if you know anyone who's trying to nanny state you or protect you from reality, realize they are a agent of Satan. Right or left. Remember, the right wing is doing the nanny state too. I want my 158 ounce cola. How many? 150, 120 would be, 10 times 12 would be a 10 pack of 12 ounces. So 120 ounces would be a 10 pack. So what would 5 times 60 ounces would be 5 cans. Right? 5 cans would be, what the fuck? 12 times 60 ounces would be 5 cans. Okay. Did you have that idea where like there should be a place in town where you go to and they have a soda machine and you buy a monthly membership for like Coke and you get like so many gallons of Coke from a Coke machine? So you go in there, you fill your Coke, you're like, I want, a 12 pack of cans. You're having a pizza party and you want 6 cans worth of cola, and you bring a pitcher in and you fill your pitcher with cola, and you pay like, I don't know, what would a 6-pack of cola cost out of a soda machine? You get so many gallons per, you have to have a monthly membership or something, Is Netflix becoming $50 a month, or was 4chan lying to me? Because I don't use Netflix, I never have. But really, $50 a month? The key to keeping things good is you want to keep things competitive. You want Netflix to have competition. So Netflix became the monopoly, and now they just said, fuck you. It used to be $10, now it's $20, now it's $50. So the moral of the story is always keep at least 2 people fighting each other. Otherwise, they're just going to charge $50 a month, and they're going to be really lazy. Interesting. So they pay you for your mental bandwidth. They don't pay you for your actual, it's not actually work related. It's always going to be mental bandwidth, which I don't like selling my mental bandwidth. I value my mental bandwidth actually quite a lot. Mm-hmm. Huh. Here's two people. Is this dangerous? Are you gonna make it on the bridge together? I don't like being in constrained areas with other humans. Oh. I know human nature. I'm an expert at human nature. I know deep down who you people truly are. You gonna get mugged on the street? You wanna run it? How do you wanna do this? You wanna run to the other side? You really are a little paranoid, little shit stain, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Better sorry than safe. Yeah, I don't like the idea of being on a bridge with other people. These bridges make me nervous. And they're walking around at like 2 o'clock. They're not good people. Anyone who walks around at like 1 or 2 o'clock, bad person. That's supposed to be a meta joke about how I'm walking around at 1 or 2 o'clock. 2:08. Huh. Interesting. Do. I want to go down there and look at the graffiti. Graffiti. A systemic systems problem. A systemic systems problem of anilingus creating it's a moral hazard in creating degeneracy and You have any evidence? No, I was just using big fancy words. How do you think they're doing? What do you think they charge? Can you see their menu in here? But they're going to go to business. They're probably going to. I have a hard time imagining them staying in business. Appetizers. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. I know what they like. I know what boys like. I know what they want. They all want their assholes eaten out. Bunch of fucking faggots. I've never met a man who didn't like having his ass. He's talking about metaphorically, right? Like, are you one of those hardworking people who works at a burger depot? Are you a criminal? Are you a cop? Are you a soldier? Are you a gas station attendant? I've never met a person who didn't like having their asshole eaten out. Metaphorically, not literally. He's talking about ass kissing / sucking up / and you're conflating that with analingus. You're a big deal, Mr. Gas Station Attendant. You're a big deal, Mr. Insert. All occupations, all people. All people secretly just like to have their ego stroked. Interesting. Burger Depot, hot dogs, burgers, platters. Do you want a platter? Do you want a hot dog? Do you want a hamburger? They have the most delicious hot dogs, hamburgers, and platters. He says, everyone likes to be told their shit is good. The best hamburgers in the universe. I say that about all hamburger joints, by the way. McDonald's, best hamburgers in the universe. Burger King, best hamburgers in the universe. I sure do like Shell gas. And I also like BP. And I also like Circle K. They're all the greatest. Each one of the gas stations is equally as great as the other gas stations. Okay. Hand me that paycheck, please. People at the Shell gas station were tired of people just parroting the words without feeling anything. You actually have to believe Shell gas is the best gas. I don't know anything about gas, but they have the best gas. It's golden. It's a golden gas. They take black oil and they turn it into golden gas. Go Team Shell! Very nice. I bet they have better fried food if you're going to eat at like 2 o'clock. Because they're on the main drag, and I think they have fried chicken, fried catfish. I bet they have the fresher. They probably go through more of it, so I bet theirs is tastier and fresher. What else you got, buddy? Hey, buddy, what else you got? What else you got, little buddy? Little buddy? Your arms are better. But you're also not carrying that water bottle. You still can't sleep on that arm. Like, when you're sleeping, you can't roll onto that arm. It hurts like fuck if you do that. But beyond that, it's not bad, actually. Little buddy. Little buddy, little buddy, 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 hey buddy, hey buddy, hey buddy, 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 buddy. Hey buddy, hey buddy, hey buddy, 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 hey buddy, buddy. It's a systemic system of buddies and Where does the term "good old boys club" from? What is that even? Is that? I don't even know what that is. Where did you even hear that from? I think you only heard it from your dad. I don't think you ever heard it anywhere else. So you should probably take that with a grain of salt. Let's look up what it is. Is it like an 80s movies term? Like, is it one of them Rodney Dangerfield golf club movie sort of stories? Probably. It is kind of funny. You actually don't know. Do you think A, that one person did that, or B, that one person did that? That's a question you will never. The problem with this world is you will never know the answer to some of the questions. You can only have like a hunch, and then your hunch sort of solidifies. As time goes by, your hunches solidify. It's probably that. Oh well. Hey, you live, you learn, and then you get loves. Isn't that the old Pampers diaper commercial slogan? They call it self-advocacy. You know, it's very hard to self-advocate when you don't have perfect knowledge. I think that's what they call it, right? Whatever. And then you get the problem of, once you start though, doesn't it just like turn into a narcissistic snowball? You know, it's very similar to once you're going to start dehumanizing other people, why not just become a serial killer? Like, I mean, if you're in for a penny, you might as well be in for a pound. You know, I mean, I'll never understand that one, but. Then again, you're probably a psycho crazy person. As a psycho crazy person who knows he's a psycho crazy, I have to put limits on myself. And if I don't put those limits on, I'm pretty sure I'll turn into a psycho crazy serial killer. So it's a very once you start, once you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. You know, you can't let them even put a penny on you. Once they put a penny on you, you're in for a pound. Once you are compromised all the way. I was just a little bit in debt to the mob. Interesting. They just had a little bit of material on me. Very nice. Mafia? Italian people? I don't like them Italian people. The nanny state trying to protect you from the mafia people. Oh well. Do 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 dee da do 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 dee da do 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 dee dee do. What do you think? You hear about shaving operations? God damn it. So you think capitalism will have to, because what they're going to do is they're going to do populist capitalism. It's capitalism where it's not contract based, but it's feelings based capitalism, no contracts. And then how do you do a shaping? Because you have no problem with the contract based capitalism. You think that's okay. Clearly defined standards, and they don't want to do that. They're looking for people to they want to be able to create the winners and losers. They want to be able to tip the scales, right? They don't want actual contracts. I think that's true. You think it's the age of the criminal? Is this a criminal age? It could be. You're fucked, buddy. You guys, when you get your arm fixed, you're gonna start lifting weights, and maybe go to a gun range or something. I don't know, man. The age of the criminal is upon. But then again, was the age of the criminal Biden? Is that a criminality? They were not protecting. They were not protecting the those 100 IQ low skill people. They were not protecting them, and now you have a protector coming in. He's protecting the 100 IQ people. Hey, I'm your paternal figure. I'm protecting you, buddy. But they're stupid. They're very stupid. They're average. They're mediocre. They're not stupid. They're just mediocre. The age of mediocrity. The age of teams. The age of systemic system. Really? Don't say that word again. The 100 IQ average American was tired of being treated roughshod, so they all banded together and they got themselves a paternalistic figure, and they created the nanny state to protect themselves. And Donald Trump is the head of the nanny state now. It's just a way of looking at it. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's not true. It's just a version. It's an interpretation of reality. It's not reality. I already told you, I don't even know what reality is. I don't know what a stroke is or a heart attack. I don't even know. Half the time I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. It's like a road. A road is like an artery. It's got blood. The blood is like cars. The cars is like liquidity in an economic market. Okay. Cars are like blood in the art. Really? Kind of? I don't know, maybe? What else? I kind of feel bad for Epstein, because, I mean, he didn't seem stupid. The whole thing is a big sham. Society's a sham, and it's all feelings, and it's all... Society is a mask covering a primordial id of extreme and unregulatable passions. The passions that society tries to put a mask over are so fucking insane that, you really can't put a mask on it, probably. For some reason, humans do not want to acknowledge who they actually are. I think that's the main thesis, right? See. They're a bit hubristic. They've got this pride thing where they're like, no, we're not terrible. We're pretty good. We got this mask we put on. It's called society. But we're not complete and utter sociopathic pieces of shit. We've got scapegoats for that. We're not Epstein. We've got a scapegoat, and that way we can take all of our things that we do just like Epstein, and we can, put them on him and then have him murdered. Epstein as heroic scapegoat. Society must create a scapegoat every so often. It takes the person who, they take the sins of the society, they throw them onto the scapegoat, and the scapegoat must be sacrificed. Interesting. And while you're jumping from one set of documents to the next, What are the people at the top doing? They're doing the same shit that Epstein was doing. While you're jumping from one document dump to the next document, it's just a fucking devil thing from the fucking devil's. He's doing like a devil's advocate thing, right? While you're jumping from one tweet to the next tweet, what are they doing? They're doing the same thing Epstein was doing. One data dump to the next data dump. Interesting. Ever since time memorial, man has been in a cave, and ever since he came out of the cave, you're trying to do network, right? The world is a business, Mr. Beale. What else? You want to take your gloves on or off? What are you doing with what's going on? You got a cramp? Crampy, cramp. YouTube actually has algorithms built into it so that it can read people's what their motivations are for creating their videos. Does it actually know that some people just create so they don't go insane? Do you think it knows that? I don't really know if they know that. Here's some ideas people might like. I don't care what they like. If I give a shit what they liked, I might as well be in for a penny and in for a pound. You will never know how much disdain I actually have for society. If you knew how much disdain I actually have, woo! The amount of disdain. Disdain just ain't a thing on your shirt. You need to get a shirt with like a stain on it. And then you can be like, disdain just ain't a thing on this shirt. Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. Disdain is not just a thing on my shirt. Ketchup, pizza sauce, what is it? Something like that. What else? The most dangerous thing in this world is a person who does not want to follow the carrots and the sticks that the leaders lead out. That's probably true. Society is built on carrots and sticks. If you're going to ignore the carrots and sticks, they're going to hate your guts. So always follow the carrots and sticks. It's like that story in, what was that fucking German story? The Hansel and Gretel? Is it Hansel and Gretel? They left breadcrumbs, right? Once you know that the elites use the breadcrumb system to lead people, they didn't lead them there, right? The breadcrumb story is that the kids leave behind breadcrumbs and then they can't find the breadcrumbs because they were getting eaten by animals or something. And they get picked up by the lady in the house and then... who's those people? Who wrote those stories? Grimm? Russell Crowe is Hermann Goering. Fat Hermann Goering. Singing River benefit. Oh, it's like for like wedding? Is it benefits like a insurance company? It's benefits. It's a Come on down to the benefit hall, have a wedding party, eat some sushi from an outlaw. As the eternal outsider, I will always be somewhat jealous and then somewhat disdainful of all things. It's hard to know. Is this disdain or jealousy? Maybe a little bit of both. It's very hard to tell sometimes. Disdain or jealousy. Jelly or jam? Jelly is when you're jealous. Jam is when you jam. Okay. You're just insane. You've gone over this 1,000 times. You're completely and utterly insane. What are these people doing out? What is it? Friday morning? Is it Friday morning? It's like the 6th of February. It's 2026. Can you imagine that? I really can't imagine it being any year. You were born in the year 1986. Can you imagine it being 1986? Not really. I really can't imagine any of this. It's very unimaginable. Can you imagine it being the year 2000? It was called Y2K. Can you imagine it being Y2K? That's a big deal. Can you imagine it? Not really, but it happened, I guess. I guess it was Y2K. I mean, Back out of the story. Hey, those truck things on top. What are those called? Truck covers. They're called truck covers. Probably. It covers the back of the truck so you can lock it up, probably, so people don't steal your groceries. Okay. Wilkes. I like how fancy that office looks. It's got the nice little wood tile. That's kind of cool. It looks so nice. What else is there? Hey, they got concrete. It's boring. Duct tape. Why do they duct tape it like that? Duct tape. Snake. Why would you have? Is that blood? Did someone put blood on there? Did they paint? It used to be red. and then it's not red anymore, so it looks like a blood stained. Did someone fuck with that sign? Because it seems like it'd be silver, and then someone came by and fucked with it and put red on it. But it might have been red, and then it got, the red came off. Mm-hmm. 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 What else you got? I think I got K-Ruffs. Those things are expensive, right? They're like $1 a cup. Mm-hmm. Mm. Can you just go in there if you're? They would not let you do that. Every day I went in there. You're taking $1 from us every day by making. They charge you for the K cups probably, right? You can't just take K cups. Mm-hmm. K cups, ha ha ha. K cups. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Apex Predator. I think they nerfed. It's not Apex Predator. It's Apex something. They nerfed it. I think it's 100 CDR. It used to be 300 CDR. So that's a big nerf. 300 CDR, especially on that one health drain item, was really fucking OP because you were getting 3 times more procs, right? Or how many more procs were you getting? With 300% CDR, I think you were getting. That's a good question. The CDR system in League of Legends is very stupid. It's not what it sounds like. So if your CDR was 10 seconds and you had 300 CDR, you think it'd be 3 seconds, right? But I think it's something more complicated than that. I think it's more complicated, right? I think there's a max CDR you can get, and it becomes a limit, and you can never go past it or something. Mm-hmm. If you had 10,000 CDR, you're going to max it out at, what is it, whatever the CDR actually max is. Is it 100? Is it, I don't even know. That's a good question. What is the max CDR for? It's a limit. You can't divide by 0. Epstein, he talked about dividing by 0. You can't divide by 0, but you can get really close. And as you get really close to dividing by 0, things get magical. It's called a limit. Okay. Smart fella. Newton and Leibniz. You feel bad for Leibniz because Leibniz invented calculus too. Calculus, not 2, he didn't invent calculus 2, he invented calculus also. And, but he was like, I invented calculus. And then Newton was like, I did that like 10 or 20 years ago. You fucking dumbass. And Leibniz, cried. He was like, but Newton left it in his desk. He was a fucking asshole. But they use Leibniz's his summation thing, right? Okay. Tell me, from 1 to an infinity, what is 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus? Yeah, so that's the most simple version of calculus would be that. It equals 1, even though technically it never equals 1. It equals 1 because 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16. You can draw a square that equals 1, and mentally you will fill it in, and you realize, oh, I get it. If I did this for infinity, it would fill it in. But it would never go past 1. See, I think Epstein was smart. I like Epstein. I think he's a man of the age. He understands what reality is. It's a bunch of nice sounding words that don't mean anything. That's basically what it is. A geometrist. What was that word? Newton was not a mathematician. He was a geometrist? I like that word. That's cool. Geometrist. I like a good word. It sounds so pretty. Such a pretty word. Such a pretty word. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very funny. Very, very funny. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 So the game would be like, can you say things that like people can't tell if it's right or left, and then try and mix words up so that because the whole point is to like camouflage to be not because you don't want to get stuck in some sort of team dynamic. It's the goal is to be able to play both sides off the middle eventually, right? As the golden-haired fella, Goldie, Blondie, as Blondie as my hero, I refuse to like either of these two sides. Uh-huh. Okay. They're gonna kill you, you know that, right? How to Blondie it in today's modern, fucked up, sectarian, tribalistic, use the rights terms in terms. Use the leftist terms for rightist goals. Use the rightist terms for leftist goals. That's one of the best tricks you can do. It undermines both sides very much. Always use rightist terms for leftist causes. Always use leftist language for rightist causes. Dialectical materialism teaches us that the depravity caused by this situation will lead to moral degradation and okay. You gotta fuzzy them lines. Blue on blue. It's blue on blue is when in the first Iraq War in 1990 or 91, blue on blue was when a F-16 or an Apache would shoot at an American tank. So blue on blue would be Democrat on Democrat, but it means friendly fire. It's he was not meaning Democrats. It could be you want as much friendly fire going on in the American political system as possible. You need them to fight each other. There needs to be more friendly fire. Make those terms ambiguous. Interesting. People are going to take that and mean that you not like. I mean, I'm not talking about guns. I'm talking about just make the debate very fuzzy. Make it as fuzzy as possible. Not like actual literal friendly. Really? Make it so people have to question: is this a red or a blue person? Try and keep that. Make it so fuzzy they can't tell. Is that banana Anna? Was it never a banana Anna? Did I hallucinate that? I'm gonna walk down this again because I want to know if banana Anna was real or if I hallucinated banana Anna. Banana Anna, banana Anna. You technically, I don't think you're trespassing technically. I don't know what the legality of this is. Walking down an alley. Banana Anna. Banana Anna, where are you, Banana Anna? That lady thought you were a creep. Fuck you, I want to see Banana Anna. Where's Banana Anna? Where's Banana Anna? Did I hallucinate that? You're gonna get fucking robbed in this fucking alley, you know that, right? Where are you, Banana Anna? Where are you, Banana Anna? Where are you, Banana POTUS? POTUS. It's Wired Way. Where's Banana Anna? I thought it was like at the end. It was in the middle. Where are you, Banana Anna? There's Jedi. There's mushrooms. You want to do some magic mushrooms? Ren City. Banana Anna. We all see. Looking for deep meaning in meaningless things. Very fun. There is no meaning to any of this. It's all meaningless gibberish. You're gonna get fucking killed in one of these alleys. You know that, right? I could have swore there was a Banana Anna. God damn it. Banana Anna, Banana Anna, Banana Anna, Anna the banana. You want to go down this one? I don't think it's on this one. Banana Anna. Where'd you go, Banana Anna? Banana Anna, Banana Anna, Banana Anna, Banana Anna, Anna the banana, Banana Anna. 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3, 2:50. What do you think the fuck those people were doing? That was that ice cream shop, right? People still up? But it's a Thursday, Friday morning. Why are they up? They don't have parties on Thursday night, do they? Banana Anna, Anna the banana. Banana Anna, Anna the banana. You need to find that video so that you can prove to yourself that Anna Banana was real. I think it's a GoPro video, right? Or I don't think you uploaded it. I think you kept it on the hard drive, right? That was the time that you went down to the park and then you got up to that fucking intersection and you realized your camera was off or something? I don't remember, man. That was a weird one. What was that? And a banana, Banana Anna, Anna the banana. Oh, who the fuck? Is that the fucking dojo? Where's the dojo? Is there a way to fight people legally? Like if you're like, I challenge you to a fight and you didn't want to get like arrested, is there a legal way to fight people? I challenge you to a duel of fists. I wonder if they allow that. Boxing match? You want to go to there's a party? Tables with some wine? Do they all have wine? There's some wine. Wine and cheese, cheese and wine. Wine and cheese, cheese and wine. Nibbles. Nibbles, nibbles, nibbles. So when you die, a train comes out and deals 500 damage to everyone in your way. That was pretty cool, because that one guy kept dying. Who was he? Do you remember? And he kept doing the train right into... He got a lot of hits. I think he killed you a couple times with his train. Death train? I think it's called. What else is there? You're boring. You bore me to death, man. Why are you so boring? Kushner's family was alive during the Holocaust, and for every millions of dollars they had, they could save lives. If you're not a millionaire or a billionaire, you're going to get killed in this coming. There's a world war coming, and there's going to be a lot of dead people. And if you need money, and you should be building bunkers, and you should have hundreds of guns, because there's a lot. This whole society thing is a big facade, and these people are all raging with rage, and they can't wait till the fucking shackles come off. They are gonna fucking start tearing people limb from limb. This whole society thing is a big facade. It's a huge facade. The rich are building bunkers with hundreds of guns. They know it's coming down the pipeline. There's a cleansing a coming. There's a cleansing a coming. Okay. So if you're not a billionaire or a millionaire, if you're not at least worth 100 million, please stop having kids. Just stop. It's disrespectful, you know. Come on. You're setting those things up for failure. Come on. They're very comfortable. They are so comfortable in knowing how fucked everybody is. That's the thing that always gets me. You'll be walking around them, they can look at you, and they put you in a box, and they know exactly who you are, and they know how fucked you are, and they don't even give a shit. It's hilarious how little of a shit they give about. You know, they know that the people they're walking around with are just completely and utterly fucked, and they're just like, hey, they smile, they just laugh, they think it's hilarious that you people don't have hundreds of guns and a bunker, and you know, you don't know what's actually coming down the pipeline, as in, you know, Kushner and his World War II stories. I mean, these people know what this world is, and they laugh their fucking asses off at you. They literally think you're the biggest fucking jokes ever. You're very funny. Oh, man. How many bunkers do you think are around here? I wish I had like a machine that could give me like bunkers. Hey Vegeta, Vegeta. What does your house scanner say? Bunker, no bunker, bunker. Where the bunkers are? Hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. Vegeta's like, shut the fuck up, Nappa. I'm not telling you. You're a dumbass. You can't shut the fuck up, Nappa. Okay. Hey Vegeta, what does his power level say? Hey Vegeta, what is his house? Does it have a bunker? Does he have like 100 guns? They've already got it installed so that he can put the machine guns on the corners when the shit hits the fan. Really? You think they have they don't have it set up like that yet. They just have panic rooms, I bet. Some of them who are planning ahead already have the system set up so they can put the guns on the corners of the houses. The smart ones do. Okay. Vegeta, what does his power level say? Very funny. I think that's the problem with America. They taught everybody that you're all equal, and clearly a lot of you people are just dumb as fucking dirt. If you do not have 100 million and a bunker with 100 guns, please stop having kids. It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Kill me, kid. You kill me. Look at this guy. Do you think this family still exists? Home of the father-son governor. It's a story as old as time. Edward A. O'Neill home. Corruption ever since the 1840s, right? It's been corrupt ever since. It's not going to stop. The corruption never ends, baby. Get rid of Epstein ain't going to change that one, buddy. They're idiots. They don't understand that. They're too dumb to understand. He's just a fucking scapegoat. God, I hate these people so much. Disdain just ain't a thing on my shirt. Disdain just ain't a thing on my shirt. Do 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 do. You're trying to figure out what night was it that you thought you were on fire the other time. And then was that time you thought you were on fire, you were talking about like the robots replacing all the jobs, and you were making fun of all the, you would walk by the businesses and you'd be like, robots replacing it, robots replace. You thought that was fucking tight shit. Your standards are like so stupid, man. God, you have the stupidest standards. What was it? Why were you on fire tonight? It was systemic systems or systemic systems or something. You thought that was hilarious? It is hilarious. It is actually fucking hilarious. I mean, technically, he's not wrong. I mean, technically, these are systemic systems. The housing associate, the people who build houses, it's a systemic system that builds houses, right? You know, it's not just one person. It's a bunch of different, they all sort of act the same. And no, there's no such thing as a systemic system. Anyone who uses that word is full of gobbledygook. Poor Epstein. As Epstein's penis came near to the illegal, you're going to do a Zeno's paradox again? No, don't do that joke. Don't do a Zeno's paradox pedophilia Epstein joke. That is not funny. If my penis, if it takes my time, if it takes so much time for my penis to go 2 inches, and then it takes so much time for it to go 1 inch, and then it takes so much time for it to go half an inch. Okay. Did he fuck him or did he get hand jobs? I thought he got I never did that much research on the whole Epstein thing. I should probably know more what I'm talking about before. I thought he just got hand jobs. The story I heard was he just got massages, but maybe it was something else. I don't. If a crank of her hand only can, okay, really gonna go Zeno's paradox for a hand job now? Half the stroke. If it takes so much time to do half the stroke and then a quarter of the stroke, then an eighth of a stroke, she never could have finished one stroke. Uh-huh. Very nice, very nice. How could he get a hand job if she could never finish one stroke? It's Zeno's paradox. It's not that complicated. He clearly did not get a hand job because of Zeno's paradox. Uh-huh. Which is like calculus. Uh-huh. So which way do you want to do that? Do you want to do it with a penis or do you want to do it with a hand job? Which one's the hand job one? I don't know. They're both pretty bad jokes. Did someone write over Anna Banana? That's so not cool. You should probably Google and try and figure out. Did he just get? I thought he gave him like boots for hand jobs or something. I thought it was like hand jobs for boots. You don't know the story that well. You should probably know the story a little better. Did you fuck him or did you just get hand jobs? I don't know. Are you just stealing from Fallout? Because that's the whole premise of the Fallout TV show, right? The elites know that the war's coming, or but you're throwing in Kushner because Kushner's like grandfather bribed Nazis off to keep his family alive. So like, it's I don't know what you're going for here. I don't know where. See, these ideas, they all mix together, and you don't even know how they mix together. It's like you don't even know where because none of the ideas are yours. You just mix them together, and they become some sort of insane pot of stew of some fucking insanity of random ideas stewing together, mixing. So you're taking Fallout and mixing it with Kushner's, and then you're mixing it with. Well, they are collecting guns, right? They're collecting guns, right? And in Britain, they build downwards. Their houses have like 3-4 story underground bunkers. So it's It all looks normal, but these people are all preparing. It's all war. It looks all facade and nice. They're all at war economy. These people are all running at war economy, but it looks like a normal society. That house there has a 10-story bunker. He goes 10 stories. He's got over 5,000 guns and over 1 million rounds. Really, you're just making shit up, right? Here. I don't know. I was just making that up. I don't know. I mean, that is a true story. That in Britain they build downwards, and they build like 2-story bunkers under their houses. But you're sort of just taking that and turning it into a bunker theory, mixed with Fallout, mixed with. Really, I don't even know where you get this shit from. So what was the solution to that one problem? Were you supposed to just go? I don't even know, because the thesis is one of two things: either A, that one person told him that one person to do that. Or thesis B is, because you don't want to play your cards. You want to have cards hidden up your sleeve. Why would you not play with cards hidden up your sleeve? Why would you ever play in a fair fight? It's always important. Never play in a fair fight. A fair fight is the worst thing to do. The person who wins is the person who stacks the deck. Never play a person at chess with starting with the same pieces. You should always play, you want to have them with as few pieces as possible, and you want to have like 10 queens and like, you know, a bunch of rooks and bishops, and you want them to just have like a couple pawns. So that's the key to fighting. Never fight a fair fight. It's called real life chess. It's where you don't actually have, you don't start off with the same pawns and rooks and shit. It's a little different. Interesting. Do 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 do. How many of them do you think have bunkers, actually? I have no way of knowing. You need some sort of X-ray scan thing, and I think you get in a lot of trouble because you probably have to get up right up next to the house, and then you probably get arrested for trespassing. And yeah, it's not. Information is not free. It's the problem with this world. Information is not free. If it was free, this would be a better world. But it's actually very expensive to get information. Hey Vegeta, what does this scanner say? What is it? Hey Vegeta, what? Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, hey Vegeta. So basically this society is the elites tank other people on purpose. Is that your thesis? They purposely tank other people. That sounds very blamative. I mean, I'm not really angry about it. It's just an objective reality. I mean, like, tanking, really? Is it a tanking system? It's a system designed to tank things. That's kind of cynical. But I mean, that's probably the way it's always been. That's not a new thing. That's not a... Ancient Egypt probably did that shit too. Nothing new. Tanking, purposely tanking things. Cigarettes and alcohol exist for a reason, okay? Drugs exist for a reason. The elites have created drugs as a... really? You have no evidence for that, but I do like the thesis. It's a very... the human brain is designed to have enemies. When you have an enemy, it solidifies the world into black and white. When you have abstract enemies, you know, it's very... Things are not concrete. You must create a concrete enemy. Epstein, for example, is a concrete enemy. He takes even though he's a scapegoat, I guess, technically, but he takes all those problems and he turns them into a solid thing. You can think of his face and how much you hate him. Ooh, I hate you, Epstein. I hate you. I hate you, Epstein. Every problem is your fault. else you got? Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Well, I mean, here's the thing. The people who don't deserve houses, when they're told they can get a house, the strippers buy 4 houses. And they get 4. They really are stupid. I mean, it's sad. How right he is. In defense of Epstein. And technically, how could he have ever got a hand job? Because it takes so much time for the hand stroke to go half the way down, and then a quarter of the way down, and then an eighth of the way down. You know, it's literally impossible for him to get a hand job or for his penis to enter a underage pussy. Because of Zeno's paradox. Yes. Very interesting. What else you got? I don't think you did anything else interesting. You have to build heavy to get heavy air experience. You have to you got to figure out a way to get heavy air experience in that Holy Fort game, because you're not getting it very fast. You've got like 3 points, and it says it's going to take you 280 months to max out to get to the next level. And there's like 5 levels. What is 280 months? That's like over 10 years, right? It was like 400 months? It was like 100. It was over 100 months to get 1 level of fucking heavy air experience, because all you have is like 10 heavy airplanes, or 10 to 20. And they're doing naval patrol. They go out there looking for boats, and it's going really slow. Does the naval patrol work for mediums? Do the mediums work for naval patrol for heavy? How does heavy work? Because it didn't say anything about getting heavy experience, medium experience for medium, because there's medium naval patrol boats, and then there's heavy naval patrol boats. So the medium naval patrol boats, do they count as heavy experience? Okay. You could convert all those fucking Ju-88s into fucking naval boats, and then you'd have like 400 of them, 300 of them, and then you could do naval patrols with that, and then that might give you some more experience on it. How cold is it? You want your hand? Does your hand feel better without your glove on? Do you want to take the gloves off? Little buddy, you want to take the gloves off? Is it cold enough? Is it warm enough to not need the gloves? Maybe. Little body, little body, little body, body. Little body, little body, little body, body. Body, 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 body. Body, 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 body. You were going to do this joke about an art, artists have that thing where it's like you always have the, it's called a muse. A muse is a thing you speak to. And it's, you have multiple muses. You always have, you can have multiple muses, because you're not just trying to please one person. You're trying to please a concept of a muse. The muse that you want to appease or please, or what are the pieces of the... And the muse changes as you create you learn new information. So the muse... But then I was thinking of wasn't there that one crazy guy? He ate people. And you were going to do this joke about, there was this lady I was in love with back in 2005 or 6. She will always be a part of my muse, even though I'm literally the crazy guy. I'm probably the crazy guy for her. And, but I'm not going to, that's not the point. The point is, it makes it sound like she will always be a part of me, even though I'm technically the crazy guy probably for her. And, but it sounds like, it actually made me think of that thing where the people eat people. The part where the people would eat people. It's not like no eating involved, but still, technically. It is a muse concept. It's an amusing concept. The evolution of your muse. The evolution of my muse. Because the muse evolved. She's not the muse that she is part of is not the same muse I have now. But she's still in there somewhat, right? The muse of... Who are you trying to... Well, it's a muse. It's an abstract concept. It's an amalgamation of multiple things. Positive aspects of the world that you want to see more of. I guess that's what the muse is. It's the... sort of like that. So you create a positive amalgamation of... It's an interesting idea for... If that's how it works, I don't know. The second you start trying to please a real person, though, you're going to devolve into depravity and degeneracy really quick. You need to keep your muse abstract. Otherwise, you'll probably just turn into a nut job really fast. That's the key. Keep the muse abstract. Abstract muse. Yeah. An abstract muse. It's an abstract thing. It's abstract, it's not real. It's an amalgamation of multiple things. Judah. Okay. Interesting. There's a band called Muse. That was like a 2005 or 6 band, all right? And then, I don't know if they played. I don't know any Muse songs. How did they go? I don't know. Never. I downloaded their torrent. I never listened to it. Or you did and it just didn't stand out. Okay. What else you got? Do. Was there some joke about, you had this one you wanted to do? Where it's like, you wanted to do like insults? You want to do insults? Here's an insult for anybody who wants an insult. You could do that one. That was kind of funny. Interesting. You try that one. That one's kind of funny. It's a little. It plays with. It's good to play with the concepts and make sure that the concepts are clearly abstract and made up. You got to remind these people that these terms they're using, they don't actually know what they're saying. They're just like Epstein. Epstein is he's just like you people. You use words and you don't understand what they mean, and you like to hear yourselves talk. and you don't really actually have anything of value to say. You're just like Epstein. So that's why you hate Epstein so much, is because he's a mirror onto your own fucked up, degenerate, fucked up shit. So, interesting. Or at least that's my thesis. America looked in the mirror and they saw Epstein and they said, "That's not me. That's you. That's fucking you. You sick fucks." It's Zeno. We never got a hand job or fucked. It's Zeno's paradox, technically. Whatever. You assholes. What else? Don't put your gloves back on. Getting cold. The Zeno's paradox joke is kind of, it's moderately amusing. It's, no one's gonna think that's funny. And everyone thinks that's the dumbest joke ever, probably. I didn't get a hand job, because technically, I don't think it works. Once the American mind has made its mind up that it is infallible, you should see the lengths it goes to defend itself. Old yelling? Is it supposed to be yeller? Yellin'. It looks like they put an N. Oh, it's R. Yeah, it's an R. And you just want to look at that. You want to look at that fucking castle thing. It's a castle. And they had like a road, and it was all, the field was cut. It doesn't look like that now. What do you think that was? Do you think that was the same side you're looking at? I don't even know what side that is. So technically, you don't know what side you're looking at when you look at it from that direction. So, you don't even, you're assuming that this is the road that you're looking at. What road do you think that is? You'd have to go look at the fucking, the guy just made it up. You know, the painter just made that up. Do you think it's based on a real photo? Maybe. That's a good question. That's supposed to be somebody, I don't know, a singer guy. Okay. You want some Chinese? You want some burrito? You want to make another pizza? You ate a pizza. You ate like 3/4 of a pizza. But it's a DiGiorno. And then you put some hot sausage on it. You didn't put any bacon. You should have put bacon on it. It's okay. He's got a skull with a cap on it. Quack 1 open Alabama. What the fuck does that mean? Quack 1 open. I didn't know Bush was related to ducks. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to Google that now. That didn't make any sense. I didn't know they were related to ducks. Quack 1 Alabama. What the fuck? Okay. Is that the weight? It's got springs. Okay. What else do you come for, Max? Heating and cooling. That's boring. Now this thing just like tapers off. That ruined the mood. I'll go back to. You got anything done with everything? You got anything cool? Anything else? What else? Don't want to get one of shoes. I'm gonna go. How is it? 3:30? Oh, good guess. 3:32. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. What was that one 3D thing? You were talking about the 3D thing? We talked about. Did you already talk about that one? It's like a weird head talking. Okay. What else? 266. I thought it was like 259. 49. 39. They take black stuff and they turn it into gold. It looks like a rock star. Rock star. You used to pour rock stars into glass. If you put them with ice, they ice down pretty well. They're a little strong, but it was ice. They kind of water out. Okay. Ice down rock star. Do do do. Ice down rock star. Yeah yeah yeah. What else is there? See, now you're out of ideas. You thought you had hot shit, and then you devolve into tedious Vulcan oil jokes. Some about Vulcans and Star Trek. Vulcan means vulcanize, which is rubber, right? To vulcanize something. What does to Vulcan mean? Did they just take that term existed before Star Trek? So it probably is a verb or something. To vulcanize something is it seal? I would guess seal, but I could be 100% wrong. So, what does it mean to vulcanize something? What is Vulcan oil? It's proof that there are aliens on Earth, because the Vulcans are actually not a fictional alien race. They are actually the owners of an oil company, and they have pointy ears, and uh-huh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. What do you think? What do you think a terabyte goes for on the cloud? Do you think it's cheaper on the cloud, or do you think it's more expensive on the cloud? Like, what do you think a terabyte of storage per year costs? And then what if the data centers get hit? Ooh. 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 So you'll have, do you think there's like a big data center company? Like, how do the data centers work? Who sells? Is that like Cisco Systems and shit? Who stores, if you wanted like 10 terabytes stored safely on the internet and accessible by like hundreds of employees, who do you buy that from? That's a good question. That light was the changing of the light of the other thing. Did you do a U-turn, or is this someone new? Let's see. Different car. You think you just played into your, because you stereotyped that kid. You think you just played into your stereotype? I think you just played into your stereotype. That could be it too. You'll never know. Dear Doge, God, Allah, Brigham Young, Hindu, Kari Rishna. Okay. City code prohibits commercial vehicles parking on park and rec property. So you were thinking like Palantir would just like deep dive into everything. It would have like, because once you get that information, isn't it almost like it's like the network of a phone company network. Once you build the network, you just collect it's building the network that's hard. It's not the actual, well, the maintenance exists, but building it is expensive. And then the maintenance is like a percentage of the price of the network. So you're thinking like Palantir, Great Wall of China, social credit, and ChatGPT said the police don't use it as a big thing, but they gotta. It's cheap. It's just like it's so fucking cheap. It's got to be, once the infrastructure is built, they're just gonna. And that relates to your scanner theory of Vegeta with his scanner. The whole thing's a scanner thing, right? You want to tie it to the scanner darkly? You want to try that? You can't. I don't think you can pull that off. Also, that doesn't have a scanner in it, does it? Does the scanner darkly have a scanner in it? Why is it called a scanner darkly if there's no scanner in it? It's actually a person whose identity morphs. It's a morph suit, but then what is the scanner part? I have to remember what that movie. Why is there a scanner? Why is it called that? Because it's a scanner darkly. Okay. Oh, you were arguing with ChatGPT, and you said you were talking about Rohobanin, and it thought you were talking about Robin Hood. And I was like, for fucking God's sake, I'm not talking about Robin Hood. I'm not here to take from the rich and give to the poor. I'm talking about Rohobanin from because it's that I think I don't want ChatGPT to think I'm some fucking douchebag liberal hippie Robin Hood fucker. I'm talking about Rohobanin. And I thought I was talking about Robin Hood. Okay. Now the interesting question about Rohobanin is how come they just don't eliminate the people at the bottom? How come they don't just, you could do like King David them, slowly and inevitably Rohobanin, King Davided all the people at the bottom. So you know how the Democrats don't give a shit about fentanyl and they're just like, let the druggies kill themselves off. And that's kind of like Rohobanin, right? Just let them kill themselves off. Really? Do you think the right will do that? Will the right save them or will they just kill them off too? That's an interesting question. We don't like it that the Democrats have figured out a way to get rid of all the stupid people by giving them fentanyl and then letting them drug themselves to death. We want to get credit for getting rid of all those people using a computer system powered by Palantir and similar to the social credit system created by China. So it's a competition of who gets to get rid of those people. Hey, there's money to be made off those people. You can send them to prison. That costs like $80K a year, right? And then, also it keeps the average Joes like, hey, I like that he got those people off the streets, even though they kind of let them live. They could just kill them, right? Couldn't they just get rid of all the fentanyl users and, it's a big system. It's a business, okay? The prison industrial complex. It's a systemic system. You're going back to systemic systems. There's a reason they haven't gotten rid of all those people yet. It's part of a systemic system of the entire economy would collapse if you got rid of all the fentanyl users, okay? Society needs fentanyl users to, the whole thing runs on retards and stupid people. Without them, the whole thing would collapse. I mean, who's supposed to watch these TV shows? And, it would just be a bunch of people creating stuff instead of watching stuff, Can you imagine a world where there was no one? Look, someone's got to stroke these people's egos, okay? If everybody's creating and no one is actually, ingesting the creation, a lot of these people don't want to create, right? Because they don't want to ingest, right? That's what the fentanyl users are for. Hey, give me some fentanyl. I'll watch anything you put on, man. Okay, that's interesting. So they've purposely kept the stupid people around to ingest the dog shit that is society's creation. Man, you're mean. You're just mean, man. Why are you so fucking mean? Stop being mean. I got a light in the back and not a light in the front. That's a fact. It's an opinion. It's a fact. It's an opinion. Like all creationists, you're going to take the word creationist to mean person who creates. Nice, I like that. That's not a bad idea. Misuse the word. That's how you do it. You got to make those boundaries very fuzzy. I'm a creationist. I believe in creating. My products might not be the best products. I admit my jokes are not the funniest jokes, but I'm a creationist and I believe in creating even if my product is not very good. Because the act of creating is more important than the product itself. Some people, the product they make is better than who they are. Some people shouldn't be creating anything, but they still create stuff. And I'm one of those. I'm a creationist. Very nice. I like that. That's not a bad one. I'm going to have to do that one. It's a standalone joke. You're not going to remember any of this. That's true. I probably am not. I'm the political comedian whose goal was to fuzzy the divide. I'm a creationist. I believe in creating even if my product is not good. I believe in... What else did you believe in tonight? I believe... What was it? It was like... moral degeneracy created by the societal epidemic of analingus. So much analingus being done right now in society. There's a systemic epidemic of moral degeneracy caused by an extreme amount of analingus. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yet again, let me be very clear. The words that come out of my mouth are merely music. They have no actual meaning. They're just music. Systemic systems. Epstein. See, here's the thing. I've never read Jung, but I can sort of guess what he means when he says wotan. You know, have you ever been able to guess what something is by just hearing it once? Some people are really good at not really having to read something, and they can get a vague idea of what the person's talking about without actually having to read it. It's very weird how that works. Like, a lot of people think Epstein is shallow, but he was probably very perceptive on the broad stroke, but not on the individual details. I think that's, which is another defense of Epstein. You know, like the big picture, actually kind of smart. Small picture, terrible, just dead beat, completely worthless probably. But on the big picture, he was probably actually pretty smart on reading. Well, he probably read rooms, and he probably read auroras and what's the other word? Auroras and moods. He was a mood reader. He was a mood reading ring. He was a mood ring as a person. A mood ring person. Some people are actually jewelry that can read moods. Like a mood ring. That's what Epstein was probably. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Epstein and Zeno's paradox. You should probably Google what he actually did. I thought he just gave boots away and then got hand jobs, but it could be worse. I don't know. Oh, fuck. He gave me crocodile boots, and then I gave him a hand job. He's literally like Hitler. He was part of a roving motorcycle gang. They would break into houses, they'd tie a lady up, and then that was what Epstein was, right? He was in a motorcycle gang, and he would break into a house with like 5 or 10 people, and then he would. Did he do that? Like, what did he do? I don't remember. So he gave a lady crocodile boots or something, or that's what I remember hearing. But I don't know. I need to double check this. I'll probably end up sticking my foot in my mouth on this one. I mean, there was that one story of him being in a motorcycle gang and with a leather jacket. He would break into a house and, okay. He's literally like the worst person ever. He's literally, there's no human being who's ever been more evil than Epstein. You really need to know what he did before you say that. You're just gonna stick that fucking foot in your mouth, aren't you? You just love it, don't you? When I was a kid, I could stick my foot in my mouth. I don't think I can do it anymore. Like literally, not. You used to chew the toenail off, right? Okay. Why'd you share that? As a kid, I used to be able to chew off the toenail of my toes. Could you do all the toes on your right foot? Or was it just the big toe? That's an interesting question. That's a vague, fuzzy memory. You don't want to admit to that. That's very disgusting, actually. Society views that as a very disgusting thing, so. I could literally stick well, not your foot, it was just your toenail, right? You'd like chew off the, Okay. And then the scouter thing's been in your head. Because that is the future. The future is scouters. And, I mean, it's like Google Glasses. It's not like Dragon Ball Z, but, it's the integration of, datas and networks into the human brain. You're trying to hide it behind a facade of stupid DBZ references? Yep. You want to get your flashlight out? Because you actually got an arm pain. Good job, buddy. Good job. A little bit. But compared to the other walk, it's like a 1 out of... Compared to the other walk, it is a 1 out of 10 compared to an 8. If it was an 8, you're messing with the numbers now. The numbers have gotten so minuscule compared to the previous adventures. Do you want to put it in the thing of your pouch? Put it in the pouch. Put the glove back on. And then grab the thing out of the pouch with the glove. Then keep it in your hand. Put it in your right hand, and then put the phone in your left hand. Put the phone in your left hand. Put the flashlight in your right hand. Hold on to the flashlight in the right hand because it doesn't weigh but like an ounce or two. And And then put your hand in the pouch. There you go. Good job, buddy. Hey, it's got little thingies you can look at a ladder. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, that one joke you were gonna be like, I don't know if it was that even funny. It was like, yeah, I don't even think it's that good. Shit. You gonna kill yourself if you don't fall in this fucking. Milk chocolate. Is that what? It's a milk chocolate? Fake fencing. What? It's fake. It's very fake. It's probably the meta. Fake fencing is now the meta. Fake fencing is now the meta. In the old days, they did real fencing. Now it's fake fencing. It's made out of plastic strips and wires. Probably like a third of the price of actual wood fencing, though. Easier to replace. Didn't they use like barbed wire? They probably used to use barbed wire. Do 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 do. Well, free chicken sandwich. Those chicken sandwiches are terrible. There's a fish stick chicken. Fish stick chicken is fucking disgusting. You mince up chicken and you call it a chicken patty. Okay. What else here? Oh shit. Hey, how's it going? I practiced social distancing even before COVID. Always practice social distancing. Do they still have stuff in there? Do you see anything? You see racks? Do you see they still have advertisements? You go in there and get some batteries. What is it, 4? It's 4 o'clock, okay. Get some some kava. Society runs on idiots buying stuff like that. How much do those cost? Like $3, $2? Probably energy drink prices. Oh, what else you got? Did you know you can just buy crack cocaine for that, right? No, I don't think that's how crack works. Where do you get crack? I don't know. I need some crack coke. Kava. Crack. Kava. Kava's coffee. It's not crack. Kava is crack. Kava is crack. Kava is secretly crack. Kava bean. It's a kava bean. What's this fucker up to? Is he up to no good? Started making trouble in my neighborhood. Oh, you're a little far on the grass, I think. Is that why you're in trouble? You're in trouble for being on the grass too far. Hey, bet you didn't know that. Is he starting something? I think so. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Just walking around. I'm just walking around. Hey. Thumbs up. Now I'm all. I had good ideas today. That was the Epstein idea. Were you trespassing? Were you like 30 feet in, 40 feet in? A little bit, maybe. Should stay closer to the road. What else you got? Was this a seafood place at some point? I could have swore that was something around here was a seafood place. Keep trying. Distracting. The police system, systemic systems. Okay. I was really, what ChatGPT told me the police have for systems, I was very disappointed in what they have. They do have those cameras that read the license plates. I think they have those around here somewhere. They don't really have as good a systems as you would hope. It's almost like a drone, like a jet drone. But it can go up and down, like, something like that. Right? Because they had or it's just made up bullshit. Conservatives are amazing at creating bullshit to hide actual semi-valuable things, right? Because after the F-117 came out, they retired it after the Go For It, and they don't use that thing anymore because it's stupid now. It's a piece of shit now. But it was actually a genius creation for they shot one down in Bosnia. I think they shot one down in Bosnia. Okay. You're wrong. Okay. What else? And now they don't even look stupid. Like the F-22 is supposed to be stealth. It doesn't even look like the stupid F-117. They used to be black. And you'd be like, that's stealth because it looks stupid. Now they're stealth and you can't even tell they're stealth. You could show me 10 airplanes and I couldn't tell you which one is stealth based on how they look. When I was a kid, a stealth aircraft looked like a fucking stupid piece of black diamond. Well, that's interesting. Now they just look like rounded F-18s or okay. That is true though, isn't it? Like the stealth aircraft actually used to look really stupid. Do they even use the B-2 anymore? Did that thing get retired too? Did they build a new B-2? So Epstein joke, you want to do that standalone? What was the other one? You're gonna have to ask ChatGPT if you had any standalone jokes. Do you think you can pull out standalone jokes out of a 4-hour monologue? It's not even a monologue. Can I pull out something out of a 4-hour insane rant? What are you at? You're at 4:30:26. And think about this. Before you had ChatGPT, you didn't even have the ability to remember what 3/4 of these things were about. And only because of YouTube transcripts and ChatGPT's ability to separate out the wheat from the chaff have you been able to even get anything even remotely structural out of this. You're getting exercise, and exercise is good. So, true that. True that. Oh, what else? So the good jokes were creationist. That's pretty cheesy. It's just a word joke, right? And there was creationist and maybe a Zeno's paradox joke. But you gotta actually look and see what the fuck he did before you make that joke. He's not. See, that's the other thing I think Palantir could do, right? Because it could take large amounts of data and process it efficiently. I would assume once you start doing high levels of data, you get good at efficiently analyzing it, right? That would be the other thing. Once you build the system to analyze large amounts of data, it's cheap to analyze it. It's just the process of building the system to analyze large amounts of data. And that's not a private stock either. That one's all owned privately, I believe. So you can't buy even stock in it, and that's where the money's going to be. It's actually data management and data, whatever you call it. Do you think that one guy that you worked, that one guy I think his father was involved in it or something. I don't know. That's a guess. He was really serious. Oh, that would explain that too. Yeah, I mean that's where the money's at, though. It's actually data analysis is where the money's at. It's called pattern recognition. It's called If you can take large amounts of data and sift through it for the gold amongst the hay amongst the gold. You could have tried that one where you're like, hey, you have like the bare minimum you need for a paycheck, which would be like $10 an hour, right? You just need $10 an hour to live, whatever your bare minimum life. And then you put the other part. You're like, hey, I'll put that on the line, but I need more information. I don't know. I think I don't know if they allow that. How do contracts work in that? Maybe. Okay. Personalized AI. All your video. In the future, the kids will have that. What does a terabyte cost per cloud storage per year? The Stasi did it. The Southerners did it with the gentry in their books. It's not new. It's just a redoing of the same thing. The Chinese social credit system. That's all it really is. FICO. Okay. Hmm. 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 Da 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 da. Do dee da dee dee da do. Do dee da dee dee da do. Hmm. Hmm. That Hey Vegeta joke, it only makes sense if you understand that it's about data and the It's kind of true. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, it's just a really annoying Napa, which is kind of funny. Uh-huh. Well, hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Do 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 do. Uh-huh. You can try doing like a I don't carry this camera to protect me. I carry it to protect you. And you have to do it like the threatening way, like a Rorschach. That's a good one. A little intimidating. Come on. What else? Huh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Just wait till they have the GPUs running 24/7, and they can literally make reality whatever the fuck they say. That's when shit's gonna get scary. Mm-hmm. So far, it's not that scary. It's apparent, and you're not worth. They're not gonna break a new take. They're not gonna break out their F-117 for you. They're not gonna break their F-117 out for me. Uh huh. Right? Uh huh. That's irrationality, right? That's a good question. You should ask what they call that, like breaking a technology out. They don't use a technology. Just because they have it, they don't use it. Would that be a fair story? I wonder what word they use for that. Once you break the bottle, it's open. There's probably a word for it. I can make reality whatever I want. I have 1,000 GPUs in a fucking data farm. It's really hot. Each GPU has 300, 500 watts of power going to it. Okay. Oh, what else you got? So you got a quarter of a pizza left. You got some Coke and some Mellow Yellow. You want to eat ice cream? You got ice cream. You didn't get the chocolate chip. You got the chocolate chip. You didn't get the chocolate chunk. Chocolate chips without cookie dough. The Breyer's cookie dough is actually not that good. The Walmart cookie dough is actually better than the Breyer's cookie dough, which is, I thought they were the same company. But the chocolate chip was pretty good because it's like you suck on the chocolate chips and they have like a very dark chocolate taste. What else you got? Okay. You got like 10 minutes left. So, what are you gonna do? We gotta pull now. I think you're out of ideas. Epstein. Do you want to watch the rest of that Epstein interview? It is Bannon. And Bannon, even they called him the Grim Reaper, didn't they? Didn't SNL call him the Grim Reaper? He's nuts. He made SNL. He made fucking Seinfeld money. He was smart enough to get dividends off Seinfeld, so he's pretty smart. Okay. What else? Greenland, Europe. You already talked about Europe. It was divide and conquer. Trump hates Europe, the European Union, because he wants to divide and conquer. That's not that interesting. What else is there? And Europe wasn't paying military bills, so he's semi-right. He's that person who's right, but you don't like that he's right. That just makes you think that what percentage? Oh, he's got terrible approval ratings now because of ICE. That's boring. He'll still get elected if he could. Even if he could get elected, he would still get elected, right? What else? That was the whole ICE. The whole ICE thing was red meat for his base. So they'll pretend that they all lie to the. It's like getting information. I'm not going to figure out which of these houses has 3-story bunkers in the bottom. They're not going to tell the truth to those fucking poll people. They don't tell the truth. You actually have to read it yourself. You can't read the polls. You have to read. What do you think the pipeline of liking him, disliking him, hating him goes? Like, if there was a pipeline, right? Like, I loved him, I was about him, and then I hated him, or you hated him, you him, and then you love him. What do you think the pipelines each direction would look like? I was a capitalist, and then I hated and then I became a communist. I was a communist, I was mad communist, and then I love capital. So what are the pipelines? Interesting. What else? Hey, you got 0 hits on that one where you compared immigration to a guy getting his dick cut off, and then they would bring the Mexicans over and be like, "Fuck this pussy." That was pretty funny. That was funny to you. You're thinking of like those in the 90s when they would take the people's jobs and they'd be like, "Hey, we're giving these to people in India, so teach them how to do your job." So it's like you get your dick cut off, and then an Indian guy fucks your man pussy because you have like a dick that's cut off. And there's this Indian guy like ramming his cock into your cut off cock hole vagina. That's kind of hot. You're comparing like economics to sexuality now, so you're mixing up the two. But it's I told you got to fuzzy those lines. You got to fuzzy the lines. That was the other joke you had. It was, hey, look, you don't own anything, and I know the guy says you're the male, and he tells you you're. I think it's really cute that you think you're a male, but you don't own anything, so you're just pretending. Look, your boss says you're the male, but you're not really a male. You don't own anything. So you're gonna say ownership is. That's kind of common. You're playing with the terms again. You're saying that if people don't own stuff and that they care about it, you're purposely playing with the sexual dynamics of that concept of yeah, that's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I'm gonna fuzzy this whole fucking thing up so fuzzy people won't be able to tell what the fuck they're looking at. I am a genius. You can think that if you want. Technically, Reagan and Bush were the ones who started NAFTA. And then Clinton gets all the blame for it. He's the sucker. He's just the idiot. He's the pothead idiot that the Republicans used. I don't know if that's true, but it's sort of true. Because it was made under Bush, and then Clinton signed it. So, I don't know who's responsible for that one. And then you're saying that the American worker is like a male that has his dick cut off and turned into a vagina, and then Mexicans fucking it. Really? That's kind of funny. I like it. It's so disgusting. I kind of like it. And then they kick them, and then they kick all the Mexicans out. They're like, "Get the fuck out!" Because they get all uppity. This isn't a real pussy. This is a man's dick that was cut off. I think it's funny, but then again, whatever. To each his own. To each his own. So there I was. There was a guy had his dick cut off. He was in the shit. I was just like fucking away. I was like, "This is not real pussy. This is clearly a dude who had his." Really. My penis was bloody. Okay. Yeah, they don't actually, according to ChatGPT, they don't actually have that good at databases. It's kind of sad. Yeah, because if you actually do, well then the ACLU will fucking shit on them. But the ACLU has no power because of Trump. Trump's doing it on a FBI level and a CIA level. He has to be, because he's like the bad guy, and as the bad guy, he can do that. That's what the future is. It's going to be putting people in boxes based on their patterns and behaviors, and that's where the money's at. Talent. If you can put people in boxes correctly, if you can correctly put people in boxes, there's so much money to be made in that. That's actually where the money is. So if you ever do try and get another job, you're gonna have to do like the Office Space trick where you're like overly honest, because you always try to give the answers that they wanted to hear, and you were lying your ass off, and in reality, you'd have to be like, "I don't really give a shit about your shit. You're gonna have to sell me this, man, because you look like a mediocre business, and well, you look like you're holding on for dear life, and you want me to try and impress you. You're clearly a person holding on by your fingertips." What do you think? What percentages of businesses and groups and organizations are holding on by their fingertips right now? That's actually an interesting question. Probably a lot more than people realize. A lot of bankruptcies, right? Like, did Hooters double dip? Because the Hooters initial people bought back some of their company, right? Are they double tapping that with a double bankruptcy, or was that something else? There's a lot of bankruptcies, right? A new wave of bankruptcies. I don't know, I have to double check that one. I don't know if that's true. And then the companies that want to do well are not going to be on the stock exchange anymore. Palantir, I don't think it's on the stock exchange. And that's like fucking, and that's going to be the Nvidia of the future. That's going to be the company that actually has like power. It's going to be a powerful group that isn't publicly controlled even through stock. Because with stock, you have some control over it, right? You get some leverage over them. But if it's a private company, they can stay very opaque. They can be opaque, which is actually quite smart. Because once things become transparent, a good amount of power actually resides in opaqueness. So that's how power actually works. It's actually quite sad. I mean, it's sad, but it's true. But it's sad, but true. But sad, but true. But sad, but true. Okay. Okay. Palantir. Yeah, you don't even know that much about it. They make flow charts and analysis of shit, probably, like drug charts or whatever. Okay. Yeah, if you were smart, you should have tried to go for that. Yeah, you're not getting into that. You're too hippie-ish, I think. I mean, then again, even your interest, though, your interest is not really catching the drug. You're just interested in the system. You're not even interested in catching the drug dealers or whatever they're trying to catch. You just want to know what the system is. I like systemic systems. Really, you're going to go back to that joke? At the end of the day, do not be fooled by anything I say. I am merely Epstein, and my interest is merely in systemic systems. Systemic. Interesting. Okay. What else? What else there? Do. What else? Trees, power lines. The tree system. The root system, systemic system of roots. Okay. What else is there? You broke your arm on Monday, right? So one week, 2 week, 2 weeks and 4 days, 3 days. What else? When do you want to try and do a push-up? Like in a week or 2 weeks? How long it said 2 months, so 2 months would be, you still got 4 weeks. How many months are, 30 days divided by 7 is 4, so it's 8. You need 8 weeks. 8 weeks? 8 divided, so you still have 6 weeks. 5 weeks and like a half. So then what? You can ask ChatGPT, because I don't have the money to go to, I could go to the doctor, I just don't want to pay to go to the doctor. So like I can ask it, when can I do a push-up? I mean, you're gonna at least have to wait because getting in and out of the bathtub when you took a bath, that was painful. But your wrist is still sprained on your left hand, so that's weird. Why is your wrist still sprained? That was pretty bad sprain, I guess. What's it? Hey, remember when you were doing this and you didn't even have the hope of getting it translate? Because this actually translates out pretty well. That thing actually translates out. Not translate, it actually extracts pretty well for. I mean, minus the Robin Hood thing. That was, for fucking God's sake, I don't give a fuck about Robin Hood. ChatGPT has me in the fucking communist grouping because I asked about, can you make a robot that's like Robin Hood? I think I'm fucking commies, probably. Rehoboden, you fucking retard. Yeah, you're getting these are normies. This guy's a normie. It's like 4:30. It's 4:31. He's a normie. He's just a boring normie. Normie. 4:30 is pretty early. He's got a vest. It's actually not a bad buy. If you can get one for like $5, if you get one at a thrift store, you should get one. If you can get one for like $2. Then you can wear whatever you wanted, and then you wouldn't have to wear. This yellow thing's actually pretty cool. So, because it's like a hoodie that's bright neon yellow, which is fucking tight. It's the new hip fashion. Okay, nut job. The end. What was it?